Every time we take a step, we move forward. Every step forward, we evolve. As the world changes at the rhythm of our steps, responsible leadership is what allows us to keep moving forward. To evolve is to deal with the new challenges that we face every day: sustainability, diversity, technology, peace. And this is best achieved by fostering and strengthening inclusive and plural democracies that will improve the well-being of people around the globe. And in this ever-changing world, that is the mission of Club de Madrid, translating this democratic vision into positive change in our lives. Club de Madrid is the world's largest forum of democratic former presidents and prime ministers that leverages their experience to create spaces for dialogue, build bridges, give voice to those otherwise not heard, and provide advice to current leaders at a national and multilateral level on the challenges they face. A unique and independent alliance to achieve the strong, effective, and democratic practice necessary to improve our lives and better serve the aspiration of citizens. Moving forward starts by taking just one step. But to make this world a better place for all, we must continue turning ideas into action. Take the step and be part of the change.
With mounting fiscal constraints and waning international financial cooperation, the world faces a critical question. How can we sustainably finance a future that works for both people and the planet? The failure to deliver on financial commitments has left over 85% of the SDGs off course, deepening inequities and endangering shared global public goods, with the heaviest toll borne by the Global South. On 3rd to 4th April 2025, Club de Madrid, the world's largest forum of democratic former presidents and prime ministers, brought together leaders, experts and institutions at the United Nations office in Nairobi for its annual Policy Dialogue 2025, Driving Sustainable Futures for All. The gathering issued a strong call for urgent and transformative reforms to the global financial governance. In today's multipolar world, rising nationalism, protectionism, and distrust are fragmenting supply chains and constraining fiscal space. Addressing these challenges requires broad and inclusive cooperation, grounded in political will and shared principles that align finance with the needs of people and planet. Multilateralism must be renewed, not abandoned, to close the financing gap. 2025 presents a pivotal moment, with key milestones such as the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, the World Summit for Social Development, South Africa's G20 Summit, and COP30 in Brazil. The Club de Madrid's annual policy dialogue in Nairobi in 2025 charted a clear agenda to capitalize on these opportunities. Several recommendations emerged from the discussions, highlighting the need to scale up and reform multilateral development banks to mobilize $300 billion a year by 2030, reform global liquidity by expanding crisis response tools and reinforcing regional financial safety nets to ensure faster, fairer access to finance, establish a UN-anchored sovereign debt framework through a permanent, independent mechanism to coordinate debt restructuring and link debt relief to development goals, prevent future debt crises by implementing counter-cyclical, vulnerability-based finance, rebalance international taxing rights and introduce a global minimum tax on the ultra-wealthy, protect and scale up official development assistance to 0.7% with 0.2% for least developed countries, and ensure climate finance is not seen as an add-on to development but as a fundamental part of it. Align private sector investment with climate and development priorities, leverage digital technologies to enhance inclusion and transparency, ensure accountability for global financing commitments. Leaders must seize this moment, not as another summit cycle, but as a turning point to align financial systems with shared human and planetary goals. This is the time to show that leaders can come together to take action and deliver meaningful outcomes on an agenda that affects us all.
Every time we take a step, we move forward. Every step forward, we evolve. As the world changes at the rhythm of our steps, responsible leadership is what allows us to keep moving forward. To evolve is to deal with the new challenges that we face every day: sustainability, diversity, technology, peace. And this is best achieved by fostering and strengthening inclusive and plural democracies that will improve the well-being of people around the globe. And in this ever-changing world, that is the mission of Club de Madrid, translating this democratic vision into positive change in our lives. Club de Madrid is the world's largest forum of democratic former presidents and prime ministers that leverages their experience to create spaces for dialogue, build bridges, give voice to those otherwise not heard, and provide advice to current leaders at a national and multilateral level on the challenges they face. A unique and independent alliance to achieve the strong, effective, and democratic practice necessary to improve our lives and better serve the aspiration of citizens. Moving forward starts by taking just one step. But to make this world a better place for all, we must continue turning ideas into action. Take the step and be part of the change.
With mounting fiscal constraints and waning international financial cooperation, the world faces a critical question. How can we sustainably finance a future that works for both people and the planet? The failure to deliver on financial commitments has left over 85% of the SDGs off course, deepening inequities and endangering shared global public goods, with the heaviest toll borne by the Global South. On 3rd to 4th April 2025, Club de Madrid, the world's largest forum of democratic former presidents and prime ministers, brought together leaders, experts and institutions at the United Nations office in Nairobi for its annual Policy Dialogue 2025, Driving Sustainable Futures for All. The gathering issued a strong call for urgent and transformative reforms to the global financial governance. In today's multipolar world, rising nationalism, protectionism, and distrust are fragmenting supply chains and constraining fiscal space. Addressing these challenges requires broad and inclusive cooperation, grounded in political will and shared principles that align finance with the needs of people and planet. Multilateralism must be renewed, not abandoned, to close the financing gap. 2025 presents a pivotal moment, with key milestones such as the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, the World Summit for Social Development, South Africa's G20 Summit, and COP30 in Brazil. The Club de Madrid's annual policy dialogue in Nairobi in 2025 charted a clear agenda to capitalize on these opportunities. Several recommendations emerged from the discussions, highlighting the need to scale up and reform multilateral development banks to mobilize $300 billion a year by 2030, reform global liquidity by expanding crisis response tools and reinforcing regional financial safety nets to ensure faster, fairer access to finance, establish a UN-anchored sovereign debt framework through a permanent, independent mechanism to coordinate debt restructuring and link debt relief to development goals, prevent future debt crises by implementing counter-cyclical, vulnerability-based finance, rebalance international taxing rights and introduce a global minimum tax on the ultra-wealthy, protect and scale up official development assistance to 0.7% with 0.2% for least developed countries, and ensure climate finance is not seen as an add-on to development but as a fundamental part of it. Align private sector investment with climate and development priorities, leverage digital technologies to enhance inclusion and transparency, ensure accountability for global financing commitments. Leaders must seize this moment, not as another summit cycle, but as a turning point to align financial systems with shared human and planetary goals. This is the time to show that leaders can come together to take action and deliver meaningful outcomes on an agenda that affects us all.
Every time we take a step, we move forward. Every step forward, we evolve. As the world changes at the rhythm of our steps, responsible leadership is what allows us to keep moving forward. To evolve is to deal with the new challenges that we face every day: sustainability, diversity, technology, peace. And this is best achieved by fostering and strengthening inclusive and plural democracies that will improve the well-being of people around the globe. And in this ever-changing world, that is the mission of Club de Madrid, translating this democratic vision into positive change in our lives. Club de Madrid is the world's largest forum of democratic former presidents and prime ministers that leverages their experience to create spaces for dialogue, build bridges, give voice to those otherwise not heard, and provide advice to current leaders at a national and multilateral level on the challenges they face. A unique and independent alliance to achieve the strong, effective, and democratic practice necessary to improve our lives and better serve the aspiration of citizens. Moving forward starts by taking just one step. But to make this world a better place for all, we must continue turning ideas into action. Take the step and be part of the change.
With mounting fiscal constraints and waning international financial cooperation, the world faces a critical question. How can we sustainably finance a future that works for both people and the planet? The failure to deliver on financial commitments has left over 85% of the SDGs off course, deepening inequities and endangering shared global public goods, with the heaviest toll borne by the Global South. On 3rd to 4th April 2025, Club de Madrid, the world's largest forum of democratic former presidents and prime ministers, brought together leaders, experts, and institutions at the United Nations office in Nairobi for its annual Policy Dialogue 2025, Driving Sustainable Futures for All. The gathering issued a strong call for urgent and transformative reforms to the global financial governance. In today's multipolar world, rising nationalism, protectionism, and distrust are fragmenting supply chains and constraining fiscal space. Addressing these challenges requires broad and inclusive cooperation, grounded in political will and shared principles that align finance with the needs of people and planet. Multilateralism must be renewed, not abandoned, to close the financing gap. 2025 presents a pivotal moment, with key milestones such as the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, the World Summit for Social Development, South Africa's G20 Summit, and COP30 in Brazil. The Club de Madrid's annual policy dialogue in Nairobi in 2025 charted a clear agenda to capitalize on these opportunities. Several recommendations emerged from the discussions, highlighting the need to scale up and reform multilateral development banks to mobilize $300 billion a year by 2030, reform global liquidity by expanding crisis response tools and reinforcing regional financial safety nets to ensure faster, fairer access to finance, establish a UN-anchored sovereign debt framework through a permanent, independent mechanism to coordinate debt restructuring and link debt relief to development goals, prevent future debt crises by implementing counter-cyclical, vulnerability-based finance, rebalance international taxing rights and introduce a global minimum tax on the ultra-wealthy, protect and scale up official development assistance to 0.7%, with 0.2% for least developed countries, and ensure climate finance is not seen as an add-on to development but as a fundamental part of it. Align private sector investment with climate and development priorities, leverage digital technologies to enhance inclusion and transparency, ensure accountability for global financing commitments. Leaders must seize this moment, not as another summit cycle, but as a turning point to align financial systems with shared human and planetary goals. This is the time to show that leaders can come together to take action and deliver meaningful outcomes on an agenda that affects us all.
Hola, hola, canal inglés 123.
Good morning, everyone. Your Majesty, Mr. Mayor, Madam President, Excellencies, members and friends of the Club de Madrid, good morning and welcome to this gathering. My name is Jyoti Thottam, and it's my privilege to be here with you today for the 2026 Annual Policy Dialogue of this group, Governing and Delivering Global Public Goods in a Fragmented World. It's my first time to Madrid, but this is the 25th anniversary of this organization. 25 years ago, the founding members made a commitment that has endured until this day, a commitment to make sure that the experience of former heads of state and government would remain in the service of democracy, dialogue, and international cooperation. You know, when I reflect, as we all do, on these past 25 years and what the world has gone through, not just September 11th, the global financial crisis, the COVID pandemic, all of those are events that really should have underlined the importance of public goods. Peace and security, health, economic stability, climate, resilience, the very earth that we all share. And yet we find ourselves in a moment when the value of those public goods are being questioned, and with that, the foundations on which so many multilateral organizations have been founded. So that's the moment that we're gathered here today to reflect on over these next 2 days. And so my task, as I bring you through today's sessions and tomorrow's, is to hope that you'll spend this time not only to reflect on this moment, but perhaps to allow yourselves to be challenged by new ideas, new thinking, and find a way to move forward into the next 25 years. And with that, I'd like to welcome the host of this house, the Mayor of Madrid, Jose Luis Martinez Almeida, to welcome you.
Majestad,
Your Majesty,
Ministra de Igualdad del Gobierno de España,
Minister of Equality
Expresidenta de
of
Costa
the
Rica,
Government of
Presidenta
Spain,
del Club
former
de Madrid,
President of
Secretaria
Costa
General del
Rica,
Club de Madrid,
the Secretary General of Club of Madrid,
Excelentísimos
Your
señores
Excellencies, former
y
heads of
miembros del
state
Club de
and
Madrid,
government,
embajadores,
members of Club
miembros
of
del
Madrid,
cuerpo
ambassadors,
diplomático,
members of the
especialmente al
diplomatic
fundador
corps
del
of
Club de
Madrid,
Madrid, así como los
and
miembros
especially
de esta
to
institución,
Diálogo,
señoras y
founder of
señores.
Club of Madrid.
As Mayor of Madrid, on behalf of all the people of
Ladies
Madrid,
and
it's a great
gentlemen,
pleasure to
as
welcome
Mayor
you
of
to our
Madrid,
city, the capital of Spain. We are gathered today in Cibeles Palace, the seat of our city hall and the home of the people of Madrid. Today, it's also your home. Welcome, all of you, to Madrid. Hace 25 años en esta ciudad, un grupo de hombres y mujeres que habían presidido
25
gobiernos y dirigido
years
transiciones
ago,
democráticas decidieron que su experiencia
men
no podía ni
and
debía
women who had
retirarse
led
con ellos,
governments and
sino que debía ponerse
diplomatic
al servicio
transitions
de la
decided that their
democracia
experience
en
should
todo el
not be
mundo.
lost with
Y
them,
esa es la razón
but it should be
por la que
put at the
nació el
service
Club
of
de
democracy
Madrid.
throughout the
No es
world.
frecuente,
Thus, Club
permítanme
of
que lo diga,
Madrid
que una
was born.
institución
It is rare for an
internacional lleve el nombre de
international
una ciudad.
institution to bear
Menos
the name of a
frecuente es
city.
que se
It
la
is
honre
even
como ustedes
rarer
lo han
for an
honrado
institution to
durante
be
el cuarto
honored
siglo
as you have
transcurrido desde el año
honored it
2001.
over the
Por eso
quarter
esta
of a
cita para
century that
nosotros y
has
para esta
passed in
ciudad no es un
2001.
acto más
This
en
is
la
why
agenda
for us this
internacional de la
gathering
ciudad.
is not
Es
just
el
another
regreso a
event
casa
on
de
the
una
city's
institución que nació
international
aquí,
calendar.
que tiene sus
It is
sedes
a
con nosotros
homecoming
en el
for an
Palacio de
institution that was
Cañete, en plena
founded
calle
here
Mayor
in
de
Madrid.
Madrid,
It
que
is an
pasea
institution that
nuestro
has
nombre
its
por todo el
headquarters at
mundo,
Palacio de
asociado
Cañete,
a una
right on
gran
Calle Mayor,
causa,
and which
la
carries
reflexión
our name
estratégica y
around
el
the world
intercambio
in
de
an
pensamiento
institution
político
with a
para
great
contribuir a
cause,
mejorar
the strategic
nuestras
reflection
democracias.
and the exchange of
Este diálogo
political
anual de
ideas to help
políticas del año
improve our
2026 del Club de
democracies.
Madrid
This
va a
26th
congregar
annual
entre hoy y
policy
mañana en
dialogue
nuestra ciudad
organized by the
a
Club of
antiguos
Madrid
jefes de
will
Estado y
bring
Gobierno
together today
democráticos,
and tomorrow
responsables
former
políticos,
democratic
responsables
heads
de
of
organismos
state and government,
internacionales,
policy
expertos,
makers,
actores
representatives
filantrópicos
of
del primer orden,
international
líderes de
organizations,
la sociedad
experts,
civil,
leading
con un propósito
philanthropists
común
and civil society
y muy
leaders
concreto,
with a very
transformar la
specific
experiencia
aim,
que acumuláis y la
transforming
reflexión que
your
vais a compartir
experience
en
and the
propuestas útiles
insights you
para
are
la
about
acción
to share
pública.
into
En
useful
esta ciudad se
proposals for
abordarán,
public
en esta
action.
edición se
This
abordarán
edition
desafíos que
will address
afectan
challenges that
directamente a la
directly
estabilidad
affect
de
the
nuestras
stability of our
sociedades, desde el
societies,
clima a la
ranging from
seguridad,
climate
desde
and
la salud
security
global
to
al
global
agua,
health,
a las
water,
infraestructuras
digital
digitales,
infrastructure and the resilience of our economies. These are issues that transcend borders and demand new forms of cooperation, shared responsibility, and democratic governance. Allow me to offer the only perspective that is my own, that of the city. And this is by no means an irrelevant perspective, because it was in cities where democracy began its historical journey. It was in cities where, for the first time, humanity learned to share freedom and to govern itself. Since then, cities have served as the laboratory where the different models of coexistence, representation, and government are tested and which are subsequently adopted by nations. This is why the city is therefore the cradle of democracy. Today, the scale of democracy is often quite different of that of the nation-state, but it does not mean that the local level stops being important for the issues to be debated here. Global public goods may seem abstract when discussed in foreign ministries, but they are very concrete when experienced on the streets. Climate stability is the shade in the park in August. Global health is a local health center. Security is being able to return home safely at any time. Good digital governance is a process that is resolved in minutes rather than months. Today, cities are the last mile of international cooperation, the place where its successes become part of everyday life and where its failures are first felt. This is why cities are natural allies in the purpose set out for this forum. The democracy that you have served at the highest level is demonstrated every day at municipal level, in services that work, in institutions that respond, and in the coexistence of people from all backgrounds. Madrid, which has welcomed hundreds of thousands of new residents from all over the world, knows that institutions that work are the best argument for democracy. The citizen that verifies in its daily life that public services are up to their standards. They do not need anyone to convince them of their value. Historians teach us that democracy was born to answer a question that is very simple to ask, but endless to answer. How can people who are by nature disparate be governed together? 2,500 years later, the world has changed completely, but the question I have just posed to you remains so pertinent that it will underpin all discussions taking place in this auditorium between today and tomorrow. And today's world, unlike in times gone by, it is no longer a question of organizing communal life with a municipality or a nation, but a question of realities that transcend all borders: migration, climate change, global trade, new technologies, artificial intelligence. In short, challenges have become globalized at a much faster pace than our ability to globalize the responses. It is precisely for this reason that these meetings such as this one are more necessary than ever. This document that will emerge from this annual policy dialogue will not need to bear the name of the city of Madrid. It is already borne by the institution that promotes it. For the 25 years has been projecting the name of our city internationally in defense with the defense of democracy. Because what you will discuss here will have tangible consequences for our cities. Your Majesty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to 2026 Annual Policy. Welcome to Madrid. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And with that, to speak for the Club de Madrid, for its members, and for the purpose that brings us all together today, I'd like to welcome the President of the Club de Madrid and President of Costa Rica from 2010 to 2014, Laura Chinchilla.
Muy buenos días, Majestad.
Good morning, Your
Señora
Majesty,
Ministra de Igualdad,
Minister
señor
for Equality,
Alcalde de
Mayor
Madrid,
of Madrid,
estimados colegas,
dear colleagues,
excelencias,
excellencies,
amigas y amigos.
friends.
Es un gran placer
It is a pleasure to gather once again in this city, and to do so at a doubly significant moment. We are launching a new edition of our annual policy dialogue dedicated to how to govern and provide public goods in an increasingly fragmented world, and we are celebrating 25 years of the Club of Madrid. It is no coincidence that this commemoration is taking place here. Madrid is not only the headquarters of our organization, civilization. It is the place where an ambitious and necessary idea took shape, to bring together the collective experience of democratic leaders from different regions and political ideologies and put it at the service of dialogue, cooperation, and the search of common solutions. Your Majesty, it is a profound honor to have you here. On behalf of Club of Madrid, I wish to express our most sincere gratitude for the close and constant support that Your Majesty and the Spanish Crown have given us over 2 decades. Many of us have had the privilege of witnessing that commitment firsthand, and we cherish with particular affection your presence at so many ceremonies marking the democratic transfer of power in Latin America. Spain will always be the home of Club of Madrid, and Club of Madrid will always be yours. Minister, it is a pleasure to have you here. The Club of Madrid is firmly committed to effective equality, to the eradication of gender-based violence, and the elimination of all forms of discrimination, values that we share with no reserves. This shared vision is being promoted by you and by the presidency of President Sanchez. We would like to include our gratitude to the different political parties of Spain who, regardless of their political position, have supported our endeavors. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for once again opening the doors of this magnificent Palacio de Cibeles. For 25 years, you have been loyal partners to our cause, and this has been possible because the town council and those directing it have supported our cause, because they have understood that a global city such as Madrid can also be valued because of the cultures and the peoples that it hosts.
Democratic backsliding is affecting established and emerging democracies alike. The rules-based international order faces pressures we have not witnessed since the post-war decades. Planetary changes, technological disruptions, armed conflicts, mass migration, and transnational organized crime are reshaping our societies faster than our institutions can respond. At the heart of all of this lies a central contradiction. Our challenges are global, but our political responses remain stubbornly national. Interdependence is not an ideological preference, it is a structural fact, and the cost of ignoring it keeps rising. The situation is particularly dangerous since it arises precisely when we need cooperation most. The mechanisms built to enable collective action are weakening, international law is violated without impunity, and multilateral institutions are unable to act. It is against this backdrop that we will dedicate this dialogue on governing and delivering global public goods in a fragmented world. The question is not whether global goods matter. They manifestly do. Peace and security, climate stability, global health, trustworthy information ecosystems, open rules-based economic cooperation. These are not abstract aspirations. They are the invisible infrastructure on which prosperity, democracy, and human dignity ultimately rest. The real questions are whether our institutions, our politics, and our leaders can protect them under the conditions that now prevail, and what forms of governance and leadership this moment actually requires. This is the discussion we need to have, and we are able to have it thanks to the support of those who have made this dialogue possible. The Equity Group, the Gates Foundation, the Ford Foundation, Public Foundation, Oxfam, and CAF, the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. Our gratitude also goes to the many governments, institutions, and individuals who have stood by the Club de Madrid over the past 25 years. Among them, I would like to extend a special word of thanks to the members of the President's Circle, Dr. Xiao Chak Win and Mr. Alain Baron. A very special word of eternal gratitude to our dear friend and the Club de Madrid's founder, Diego Hidalgo, who has done so much for so long to nurture democratic values, human rights, and the potential of future generations in Spain and far beyond. Majestad, amigas y amigos, quisiera concluir destacando la relevancia que hoy adquiere el antiguo
Your
más
Majesty,
valioso
ladies
Club
and
de Madrid.
gentlemen, I would like to
Quizás
conclude
el menos
with what I
obvio
consider
de
to be
nuestra
Club of
diversidad.
Madrid's most
Durante
valuable
25
asset,
años,
and
mujeres y
perhaps the
hombres de
least
distintas
obvious one,
regiones
our
elegidos
diversity.
bajo
For
diversas
25 years,
corrientes
women and men
democráticas,
from different
marcados
regions,
por
selected
realidades
under different democratic
contrastantes, hemos
systems
demostrado
shaped by
que el
different
desacuerdo
realities,
bien
have
canalizado
demonstrated
no es una
something that
amenaza
today
para la
seems
democracia,
almost
sino una
revolutionary,
de sus
that
mayores
disagreement
fortalezas.
does not
Que
destroy
es
democracy.
posible
Rather,
cooperar sin
when
pensar
properly
igual,
challenged, it
y
is
que se
one
pueden
of its
defender
greatest
principios
strengths.
universales
That it is
desde
possible to
realidades
cooperate
diferentes.
without thinking
En
alike.
tiempos en que la
That universal
polarización
principles can be
fragmenta
defended from
sociedades,
profoundly
corroe
different
instituciones
perspectives.
y erosiona
At
la
a time
confianza
when
pública.
polarization
Esa
is
convicción
fragmented
no es un lujo
societies,
retórico, es
eroding
una
institutions,
imperiosa
and poisoning
necesidad
public
política.
life, that
Hoy no
conviction is
venimos
not a rhetorical
simplemente a
luxury,
celebrar
it is
lo
an
que hemos
urgent
sido.
political
Venimos a
necessity.
renovar
Today,
nuestro
we are not
compromiso
here
con
to
la
celebrate
democracia,
what we
el
once
Estado de
were.
Derecho
We
y
were
la
here to
cooperación
renew a
internacional como
commitment
medios
to democracy as the
indispensables para
best system
enfrentar los
humanity has
desafíos
found to
contemporáneos.
protect dignity
Bienes
and
públicos
expand
globales no
opportunities.
son una herencia
Global public
garantizada,
goods are not
son una
inherited,
construcción
they are
colectiva que
built
cada
through
generación
effort,
recibe,
political
fortalece
will,
o
and
bien
willingness
debilita.
to prioritize
Esa
the
es,
common
en
good
esencia,
over
la
immediate
responsabilidad
interests.
que nos
Each
convoca
generation
durante
receives them,
estos días en
strengthens them,
Madrid
or
y
squanders
es
them.
también
That is the
la
responsibility that
responsabilidad que
brings
el
us
Club de
together
Madrid
here
ha
in Madrid,
asumido
and it is
durante
also
los
the reason
últimos
for being of Club
25
of Madrid.
años. Muchas gracias.
Today, just as it was 25 years ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Chinchilla. It is now my distinct honor to invite His Majesty the King to address this distinguished gathering. Your Majesty.
Muy buenos días. Good morning. Ministra de Igualdad.
Minister for Equality, President of the Club of Madrid, dear Laura,
Secretaria General.
Secretary General,
Excelencias.
Excellencies, former members of
Embajadores.
Chief of States and of Government, ambassadors, Mayor of Madrid, our host, thank you for hosting us here, authorities, ladies and gentlemen.
Words in English to begin with. Halfway down my speech, I will continue in Spanish. But first of all, I would like to welcome you as well. The mayor has done it in the name of the city that gives you the name of this organization. And I would like to do so in the name of the whole of Spain. It's a great pleasure to see you. A lot of you I know. We have met throughout the years. We have shared times of different places in your own countries sometimes. And it's indeed a great pleasure to see you here in Madrid and in Spain. I know it's your hometown, but as well I want you to feel personally that it's your hometown. And I wish you great success in these days. In a speech delivered at Princeton in 1907, years before becoming the 28th US president, Woodrow Wilson, a father of political idealism and in many respects of the multilateral approach to world affairs of governance, observed that, and I quote, "There are many voices of counsel, but few voices of wisdom, of vision. Vision, a quality of those who dedicate themselves by vocation to public service with the ambition to really make a difference. That is what the members of the Club de Madrid have gained through the years of democratic leadership and experience in government. It is not something that can be learned in any school of governance. Rather, it is rooted in each person's life story and lived experience. And it remains one of the Club of Madrid's most valuable contributions. Allow me, therefore, to congratulate the club for its 25 years of existence and of distinguished service. Allow me to thank and congratulate the founders, and particularly Diego Hidalgo, who's around here somewhere. I don't know where you're sitting. Diego, I'm sure you feel proud of what you have accomplished and what this huge project means for us all 25 years after. I would like to congratulate all the members throughout the years, all those who work intensely behind the scenes for this to be a reality and to make sure this ship keeps on sailing safely. And now allow me to turn back to my mother tongue, Spanish. Excellencias, por separado,
Excellencies,
las suyas son voces
each
muy
and every
valiosas
of your voices are
en sus respectivos países de
valuable
origen y en
in
tantos
your
organismos
respective countries of origin, as well as in very many multilateral
una
organism
capacidad de
bodies.
análisis,
You
sosegado,
all together have
es el contrapunto
capacity
más
of
independiente y con
analysis,
menores sesgos
which
frente
is the most
a la
dependent and
inmediatez
less
y
biased
reflexiva
capacity of analysis versus the unreflective immediacy of today's analysis. Your contribution is all the more necessary. It is pride that the name of the club is associated to the capital city of Spain, which is a natural crossroad, an open city to dialogue where no one is foreign. This very same vision led to global order based on rules. We should not forget the Westphalian anarchy that required big doses of generosity and also memory. Memory of two world wars that today are sending alerts. It tells us what happens when international community moves away or diverts from the pathway of reason. That pathway of reason continues its question today. And the topic that brings us together, governing and delivering global public goods in a fragmented world, places us before that crossroad. The paradox is evident. We have never ever depended so much on each other. However, very few times the temptation to withdraw has been so strong. Interdependence that for many decades was understood as a factor for approximation is perceived today as vulnerability. However, challenges do not withdraw. They do not disappear. They continue to be there, demanding answers that no state can respond to by itself. The question is not whether to cooperate or not, but how to do it, how to govern responsibly that interdependence in a time of technological acceleration and economy of knowledge, when trust is eroded and there are those who want efficacy to prevail over legitimacy, that material achievements prevail over rights and freedoms, that individual interests prevail over dignity, democratic participation, and the rule of law. Are we helpless before a regressive pragmatism to the benefit of a stronger power with more fragile systems of balances and less transparency and accountability? I do not think so. At least more than in other crucial moments in history. However, I believe that we are not safe. And to be safer, we need to finish the task of building a freer, more responsible world, which is also more aware of the need to cooperate to relieve suffering, to deliver hope and dignity, and to allow the development of scientific development and cultural development with rigor, respect, and greater inclusion. This is what public goods is about: climate stability, health security, protection of the oceans, food security, or secure digital environment. It is not the only thing that we share. It is that worth preservation of it. It should not be done by one state only, cannot be done by a single state, because these goods are part of the same architecture. They reinforce each other or they deteriorate together. Protecting these goods is not only moral obligation, it is also rational decision. The cost of lack of action meaning conflicts, health crises, climate instability, or financial collapse are higher than those of prevention. Taking action today is less costly than paying the consequences tomorrow or having neglected it. This is what Spain wanted to underline in its strategy for multilateral policy for sustainable development that was presented this year. Antonio Guterres warned last year in Seville in the 4th International Conference for Aid Finance for Development that whereas global challenges multiply themselves, the instruments to face up to them are fatigue. Having said that, yes, a commitment was reached. That commitment reached in Seville shows that at a time of fragmentation, it is possible to agree on that we share, and that we can do that by consensus. Global consensus do not take place randomly. Beyond political willingness, they need legitimacy, trust, and accountability. And even if international community is made up of diverse systems of government whose participation is essential to achieve universal agreements, real universal agreements, democracies are undoubtedly the system that has better learned how to produce those three things, because there is no other element that puts people and dignity at the center. And it is precisely in that exercise of recognition of the other where the possibility of international community lies. And this is what our José Ortega Gasset meant when he wrote that every civilization is more than any other thing willingness to coexist. In this coexistence that democracy offers us and its capacity to generate consensus and cooperation, we need to continue trusting, especially these days, allow me to say, in these kind of dark days. This is our pathway, this is our guide and our reference. And this is why it is so much to thank the Club of Madrid for it to continue sharing their time, experience, and the wisdom as democratic leaders. The words of the members of the Club of Madrid deserves to be listened carefully. They are delivering an invaluable service to the international community. And I ask you to continue being hopeful and never lose hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Majesty, for those thoughtful words and for your presence at this gathering. With that, ladies and gentlemen, the 2026 Annual Policy Dialogue of the Club de Madrid is open. We'll begin with our first plenary discussion, Governing Public Goods in a Fragmented World. And this plenary really begins with the heart of today's challenge, the fragmentation that all of our speakers today have already alluded to makes governing public goods, even the very concept of public goods, so difficult. So how does the world govern the things that people share at a moment that the very machinery for doing so is under such strain? That is the work that our first plenary will address. And to guide that conversation, please welcome our facilitator, Francesco Saraceno, Deputy Department Director at OFSC Sciences Po. And he will welcome and introduce our distinguished speakers, President Francisco Sagasti, Prime Minister George Papandreou, Prime Minister Aminata Touré, and Prime Minister Stéphane Louvain. Francisco? Thank you. At the end.
You in the middle. Shall we? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining us. It's a pleasure and an honor for me to be here and moderate and introduce this first session. It's of course we go straight to the core of the problems we'll be discussing for the next today in this gathering. So I'm very happy to be able to facilitate this discussion. The state of the international multilateral governance system is not very well. I mean, we saw it in the speeches of the preliminary remarks of His Majesty and the others, that we are in a situation where cooperation is faltering, and it's faltering precisely at a moment where we most need actually the cooperation to address the challenges of this complicated world. We actually come from a long period in which there was a system that was very imperfect, of course, that it worked in a very uneven way, that was sometimes, often actually, not geared in the interest of the global south, but that overall managed to keep in balance and to keep in check power of large countries, and within countries, power of economic power. And that system has been fading away in the past 20, 25 years with a progressive, let's say, taking hold of oligarchs, of power groups that have captured the political system, and by capturing the political system have geared the governance of countries and of the international organizations towards their own interest. This increase of unchecked power is strongly linked to the increase of inequality, of course. It is sort of feeding each other. Inequality led to the capacity to capture the political process that then was used to increase inequality further. And that has led to the dysfunctional system we are observing today. The result of this lack of capacity, global lack of capacity to keep power in check, has been a progressive loss of trust. Trust has been lost within countries, between governments and their citizens, and so we are in most liberal democracies observing the difficulties of the elites to satisfy citizens who see who see political processes that are not serving them anymore, and of course has been also, this loss of trust has also been appearing in the international arena, where the global south and the global north have been rarely being farther away and less capable of discussing. And of course, one of the main victims of this degradation of the international system has, of course, been the provision of public goods. Public goods have been suffering because public goods, of course, by definition, are the provision of public goods is based on the capacity to cooperate and to serve a common goal. And without trust, this task becomes extremely difficult. So I am very happy to actually have the perspective to discuss this issue with four distinguished, I forgot how to count, 4 distinguished Club of Madrid members. George Papandreou, Prime Minister of Greece between 2009 and 2011. Thank you, George, for being here. Francisco Sagasti, President of Peru between 2020 and 2021. Thank you, Francisco, too. Stefan Löfven, Prime Minister of Sweden between 2014 and 2021. Thank you to you. And last but not least, Aminata Touré, Prime Minister of Senegal in 2013 and 2014. So let me start with a general question to all of you, and then I will give you the word. So as we saw, and as I just said, the governance of global public goods is failing. It's failing where it's most needed, because the world is facing a lot of existential challenges. Traditional multilateralism is very much under pressure. One major player, the United States, is opting out from a number of institutions, and this, of course, just for its economic weight, is a major source of instability in the global arena. And as I said before, the trust between the global north and the global south is at an all-time low. So we are in a very difficult situation. And this makes the discussion of how to provide global public goods particularly relevant. So I would like to end this first round of questions in this context. What is the most, in your opinion, what is the most urgent and realistic path forward? Should we aim for a big bang type of reform of international institutions? Should we have an incremental adjustment of the existing institutions? Should we rethink how should we rethink the system? So that is the general question to which I would like you to answer. So the first I would like to give the word is George Papandreou. Thank you, George, for.
Thank you, Francesco, Your Majesty, dear colleagues. We are facing a paradox. The younger generation of this world is living in a time of unprecedented, never before knowledge, wealth, technology, capacity to solve most of our problems on our planet, whether it's poverty, whether it's disease, whether it's inequality, whether it's education. At the same time, this same generation is facing the biggest existential crisis humanity has ever witnessed. Whether it's climate, whether it is the possibility of nuclear war, whether it is AI and where it may take us, whether it is pandemics. So why are we not providing these global public goods? Why are we not solving these problems? Why are we not coming together, convivencia, as Her Majesty said? 3 reasons. First of all, the larger powers, the big powers, and unfortunately, the one power that created the architecture of the multilateral system, are fighting for domination rather than cooperation. Is that immaturity? Is that irresponsibility? Is that lack of wisdom? And we see the weaponization of interdependency rather than trust, such as in areas of energy. Secondly, we see the immense concentration of wealth and power in non-state actors, the algorithmic capture of our minds, of our lives, of our institutions by big tech, a new oligarchy. But not only big tech, it's fossil fuels, it's big pharmaceuticals, it's agribusiness, it's military business, it's finance. They are stronger than nations, and they are more wealthy than our GDPs. So they have services they give us, but they also have fragmented goals, not the common good. It's mostly for profit and unfortunately, for power. So we have power that it is unaccountable to the public. We have the concentration of power that is unaccountable to our democratic societies. We are not in control, and Pope Leo elegantly mentioned this in his speech only recently. Thirdly, we have the law now of the powerful and not the power of law. That brings inequality, that brings insecurity. Our people are fearful of the future, of tomorrow. And that is exploited by demagogues in our societies who come and say we must have more nationalism, more isolationism, more walls. No, we need more cooperation. So we are in this vicious circle, which we must break. That's why we have this dialogue on global public goods, to be able to unite about what we think unites the world, our health, our education, our prosperity, our flourishing world for everyone. We can do this for peace. We can unite around the public goods, but we need new alliances, alliances of those who feel responsible, alliances of countries, of leaders, of civil society, of movements, to work together to make sure this world moves towards peace and not towards catastrophes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, George. President Sagasti, Francisco.
Thank you very much. First place, His Majesty, King Philip VI, President of the Club de Madrid, Laura Chinchilla, distinguished Mayor of Madrid, Minister of Equality, dear colleagues, and friends of the Club de Madrid. I want to thank this opportunity to share some thoughts with all the participants in this event regarding two issues which we have been discussing and will continue to discuss during the next 2 days. We started discussing the question of democracy and multilateralism. What are the connections between the two? And second, today and tomorrow, we are going to discuss the question of international or global public goods. I would like to do these two sets of issues together. Allow me to do so and engage in some kind of thought experiment, which is, let us consider democracy as a global or international public good. Democratic governance and the practices that characterize it are the main way of solving what appears to be a contradiction: individual freedom and collective action. But really, one cannot have one without the other. We need to agree and work together so that each of us enjoys their individual freedoms. And this is what democracy does. And to emphasize the public nature good of democracy, let me briefly recall some of the issues that have been raised yesterday, in our discussions about democracy and multilateralism. First of all, democracy guarantees equal rights, duties, not only rights, and dignity for all citizens. Second, it provides with the capacity to elect leaders that will exercise political power through fair and equitable and adequate selection processes. It also allows us to guarantee the open, responsible, and as you pointed out, accountable exercise of power and authority. And it also allows for a peaceful and orderly transition of those who exercise political power and authority temporarily. Finally, it, when works well, prevents the concentration of power in the hands of autocrats, oligarchs, and any other that pretends to impose their own particular views on society at large. Putting in practice these principles requires what I said before, reconciling individual freedom with collective action. And up to now, democracy and democratic governance have proven to be the best way of doing so. They allow to articulate and put together different views, aspirations, purposes, and objectives, enabling, and this is the crucial thing, partial and temporary agreements, consensus that are just partial and for a limited time, but which one after the other moves us in a desired direction for society as a whole. Universal agreement is impossible, and democracy takes care of how to generate those partial and temporary agreements. With all of this in our mind, is democracy a public good? Well, let's go back to a little bit of theory in this. In standard economic theory since the 1950s, a public good is defined by three characteristics. The first one is non-rivalry. A public good is non-rivalrous, and it means that if one country can be democratic, another country can be democratic. It's not a limited good. It's available to all. So in that sense, it's non-rivalrous, which is the first characteristic of a public good. Second, it's not non-excludable. No country can exclude or can prevent another country from being democratic, except by war and other matters. But normally it doesn't. So, no, democracy is both non-rivalrous and non-excludable. And third, it has what economists call significant externalities, second-order consequences, both positive and negative. Positive are listening to different voices and taking the diversity of views into account, even if they appear to be inconsistent at the time. It has been demonstrated to improve the quality of life and citizens' well-being over the medium and long run, and it contrasts with autocratic regimes that eschew consultation and agreement. But at the same time, there are also some negative externalities. And the first one, which we are familiar with, is the use of freedom of expression to undermine democracy. The fact that we have freedom of expression also allows some to undermine democratic practices by disseminating false and misleading information, by taking advantage of economic and social freedoms to support efforts that undermine democracy and democratic governance, and also by distorting the rules and procedures of democracy to subvert its principles and creep towards autocratic rules. So, in conclusion, viewing democracy and democratic governance as a public good could allow us to add some rigor to the efforts of trying to promote democracy and democratic governance all over the world. And of course, as we said yesterday, these efforts also require multilateral support. No country can do it alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So now, Prime Minister Löwen.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Thank you very much.
And Senor Mayor, dear friends. The situation is very, very serious. But now we start asking, should we do this or that or that? And I think because the situation is complex, the answer is also not an easy one. But I think that we need to start somewhere. One thing we need to do now is to gather all the good forces. If we look at the election in the United States, the last presidential election, we say Trump won this, and he did. 77 million voted for him around, but 75 voted for Kamala Harris. It's a very divided country. We were told yesterday by Gordon Brown in his service that it's a lot of people around the world that do not approve of this situation, that doesn't agree with the autocrats and the populists, that want to see something else. Earlier this year in Davos, the Canadian Prime Minister, Mark Carney, said that we need to gather, now he called it the middle powers. I'm not sure where Sweden fits in, but I would like Sweden to be there anyhow. I can't call ourselves a middle power. But anyhow, the point is that if we gather all the good forces and try to stabilize what we have and work from there. We had another gathering in Barcelona, actually, in April, a global progressive mobilization. We gathered thousands of people and leaders from all over the world. And you know, the feeling sitting there and saying, hey, we believe in democracy. We believe in international law. We believe in human rights. We're going to stand up for that. That gives some energy. So I think that is something we need to do to show also the other side, you're not alone on this stage. It doesn't mean that we try to preserve everything. On the contrary, we need to change. We need to change a lot, not least in international politics and governance, global governance. But we a good opportunity, and when we discussed yesterday the principles of cooperation, I think there was an effort to try to summarize, to give a narrative that we can gather around and push for. The second thing we need to do, I think, is to invest, and invest with vision. This Tesla guy, he now owns 1,000 billion US dollars. The five richest, the combined financial assets is around 3. Now that is 20 times the Swedish state budget. 5 people. And we say, can we afford doing that and that and that? Yes, we can. We need another narrative, and that is we can invest, and we need to invest a lot in climate and turning the climate issue from only a threat, it is a real threat, but also into an opportunity. Because if we invest in the right way, we're going to handle this. We now subsidize fossil fuels by some 5-6 billion US dollars trillion US dollars every year. So we subsidize fossil fuel, but we say we can't afford doing what we need to do with the SDGs, which is also some 5-6. So my point is here, we need to change a lot of narratives. And if we do that, if we come together, we have all the opportunities, and we just need to act. That's what we need to do. We do have opponents, we do have strong opponents, but I think faith is stronger. So let's gather the good forces. Thank you.
Prime Minister Touré, it's your turn.
Thank you very much, Your Majesty. Dignitaries, all protocol observed, that's what we say back home, not to forget anybody. But if we want to talk about the system, maybe we should start by a diagnostic. What's wrong? So I'm going to give my point from Africa, of course. I'm a very peaceful grandmother. I am all for multilateralism, and I'm a strong Democrat. Yet, we do believe that the system has been doomed for us for such a long time. So it's interesting to see how it is being questioned, but we've been questioning the system for quite a while. Exactly last Friday, African head of state and head of state of the Caribbean got together in Ghana to discuss about reparation for all the suffering and the damages and the looting that the continent suffer from, and we are still living through the consequences. Poverty doesn't just happen overnight. It happened because when the technology revolution was occurring, while we were fighting for survival. That was in the mix of slavery, and after that, in the mix of colonization. But yet we overcame. So we are world champion of resilience, and that we celebrate that with a very young population. Our average age is 19. It's 44 in Europe. So that's why I also appreciate the relationship we are having with Spain. We're in Spain here, redefining the relationship somehow between North and South, understanding where do we come from. You may need some of our labor market, and we would discuss in which condition based on dignity and fairness. So the system has been extremely unequal, unjust, and violent against Africa. We have to acknowledge that from our standpoint if you want some changes. The other point is, democracy, I do believe that all human beings have aspiration for freedom from violence. It's in our DNA as human beings. But yet, we've been with Europe for at least 500 years. It's been a tough history together, as I said. And in the 60s, we observed China 30, 40, 50 years down the line, it's almost the first most powerful economic engine in the world. So somehow that's what we want in Africa. And China is doing it its own ways. I'm not saying that democracy is not valued. Of course, we need free election, freedom of speech. Everybody needs to participate. But in which manner? Not with the system we are having right now, a system by which, and I really salute the conclusion of the Financing International Conference that was held in Seville, that made a clear diagnostic of what's wrong within the financial system. In Africa, our risks are overrated. We pay 3 times higher interest rate when the risk is not even there. Very few countries, don't pay, almost none. But yet, since the notations agencies are also up north, where the banks are, well, we are overrated. And this is issues that we really would like to deal with. And to conclude, we have 54 countries in the African Union with no seat at the Security Council. And we've been asking for it and asking for it. So at some point, this system has to be completely revised. And what we are having as a feeling from Africa, because we are very aware of our wealth now, because we do have much more young people who went abroad, who are educated, and who are engaged to change their continent, we are looking at other ways. And it's a pity for Europe, because we are just 14 kilometers. If you are a good swimmer, you can swim from Africa to Europe, actually. So why don't we revise the basis of our relationship, which is still based on ancient time of taking advantage and not hearing what we are saying. So that's where we stand, and I think that has to be clearly factored within the conversation we are having. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I take from this first round of conversation that we need to redistribute wealth, income, and power, including between the global north and the global south. I take from this first round that the well-functioning democracy is is a sort of prerequisite for discussing all the rest. And I take some optimism that there is some margin to do it because there is some demand for this type of endeavor. So thank you very much. We now break for a coffee break and we resume in 30 minutes for the second round of our discussion. Thank you very much to all speakers.
second half of this plenary. Could I ask everyone to please take their seats? Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're going to continue with the second half of our first plenary. Before we get started, I wanted to just make a couple of quick housekeeping announcements. The first one, of course, please silence your cell phones. We're here to listen to our speakers and each other. For those of you who need interpretation in English, Spanish, or French, it's available on the headsets at each seat. And we encourage you to share your thoughts about all of the plenary sessions that are in the auditorium on social media. Before we get started with our plenary, we will have a brief video message for all of you from the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres. After that video, Francesco will continue with the plenary.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, it's a pleasure to address the Club de Madrid Annual Policy Dialogue on your 25th anniversary. The Club de Madrid provides an essential space for leadership and reflection in this period of growing fragmentation. I commend your focus on a defining challenge of our time, how we govern and deliver global public goods. Our world faces a paradox. The challenges confronting humanity are more interconnected than ever, and this includes rising inequality, digital disruption, climate breakdown, and pandemics. Yet, systems of cooperation are more divided, more limited, and less trusted. Through the Pact for the Future, the Member States of the United Nations recognizes the need for more inclusive and networked global cooperation. That means strengthening multilateral institutions so they reflect the world of today, not least the UN Security Council, ensuring that developing countries have a greater voice and representation in global decision-making, aligning global action with national and local delivery so commitments translate into real impact in people's lives, and rethinking how we finance global public goods. The Pact calls for unlocking financing in shared priorities, addressing the debt burdens of developing countries, and reforming the international financial architecture so developing countries have the support and representation they deserve. In the end, your dialogue is really about restoring trust, and the Club de Madrid's work is central to that effort. You bring political experience together in the quest for practical, workable solutions. Let us seize this momentum to ensure that global public goods are delivered at the scale and speed our world demands. Thank you.
Is it yours? I was wondering where it came from. So, welcome back after the break. We resume our session, and we start again with Prime Minister Papandreou. George, you can drink. You have my permission to drink.
Thank you very much.
President Guterres actually asked you the question I was meaning to ask, right? The essential challenge today is to restore trust, because if we restore trust, we can be more effective in delivering global public goods. If we are more effective in delivering public goods, we deliver to the people, and so we restore trust. So we basically trigger a virtuous circle. So what's your perspective on that? I know you've been working on intersection between democracy, trust, and effective policies, and so I would like to have your opinion. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Francesco. First of all, let me say what happens now that we are losing trust at the global level. Trust, we see we are in an interdependent world. and we saw that with the pandemic, we saw it with the financial crisis, the issue of migration, climate. We are interdependent. When we lose trust, we do not work together, there are two things that happen. We start competing. Since we don't trust the other, we want to be powerful over the other. We want to make sure the other one will not dominate us, so we want to dominate them. That's where we see this competition of the larger powers, this fight for domination. But what that creates then for other countries, middle powers, smaller powers, whatever, is also a lack of trust, which then people say, okay, who am I going to be with? Who is going to be my protector? Who's going to be my big brother? And I mean, we had that in the Balkans. In the Balkans, this is clear. We fought with each other. Was it the British, the French, the Russians? Who was going to be your protector? And so there's a lack of the rule of law. It's the rule of the powerful. And then you get wars, you get conflicts, and you get proxy wars. So we were fighting in the Balkans wars of the big powers. This is what we are moving into now. So we need the rule of law. I think what we need, and Stefan was saying that earlier, find ways for cooperation to be positive. I'll give one example, and Aminata very clearly talked about Africa and very rightly and very emotionally. In Europe, and I'm a European, and Greece is very close to Africa, and we've had relations for centuries, millennia. We see each other sort of as a problem, when it should be a win-win situation, as you said. We see it also as a competition. Who's going to be in Africa? Is it going to be the Chinese? Is it going to be the US? Is it going to be Europe? So why don't we work together? Why don't we work with the Africans, let them take the lead, talk to the Chinese. They have the Silk Road, the Belt and Road. We're trying to create another road in Europe to Asia. Why don't we create a common road and work with the Africans and say, okay, you want investment? Let's do common investment. Actually, I think there was some common investment in Senegal where some Europeans and Chinese worked together. Why can't we do that to show that we can cooperate and help, in fact, the development of Africa, with them in lead? And that brings me to democracy. We have to bring back power to the people, power to our citizens, power to come back to our control. Press a pause button, or if you like, a truce on all these developments which are moving us somewhere, but we have no control. And I mentioned Pope Leo before, who mentioned actually that. A time to think and a time to work together. And why democracy? So Francisco earlier said, democracy is a global public good. I like that idea. But why is democracy important? And I think we have to redefine what we see as democracy, because we have linked it only to elections. You know, this is not what democracy is. It's much more, much more. And I go back to the ancient times. I will put my Greek hat on now. The Iliad begins with one word: anger, wrath, hate. That's power uncontrolled. And if you read the Iliad, it's an anti-war book. And the ancient Greeks, when reading it again and again, generation after generation, realized this is not the way to solve problems. Not through violence. We have to find a system where we can work together. What is that? It's democracy. It's debate. It's consensus building. It's dignity with one another. That's why they had the Olympics, which was basically training people the rule of law, as different than the arena in Rome, which was no rule of law. It was the emperor deciding. But then democracy was another thing too. To make sure that people have power, they did not allow the concentration of power in a tyrant, a king, a high priest, or whatever. So it's also a way to make sure that power is guided by the common good. And that's where we talk about global public goods. It also is a way to protect freedom and dignity of everyone. Because if you have power of the people, each one has to have the same right, the same voice, and same respect. But we also need an ecosystem which is democratic. It's much more than just a creation of just voting and so on. So what is the ecosystem? It is being able to sit down as we are today, discussing, having different views, respecting each other. Even though there are conflicts or different views, we can work together. We have given that ecosystem of discourse, the ecosystem of public discourse, of discussion, we have outsourced it to social platforms, to big tech. They decide the rules. They decide how we are communicating with each other. They occupy our minds. They decide the rules. That's why we have disinformation. That's why we have polarization. That's one reason why we have polarization. And of course, also because of inequalities. So we need to take back control as democratic societies of our great technologies, of our great capacities, of our great sciences, of the great powers we have to be accountable to our societies. And that, I think, is what we talk about when we talk about democracy. And there's one more point which I think is very important, which we mentioned before, and it comes to trust. That means there has to be a sense of justice. A lot of people who are voting for these demagogues, we call them populists, I like the word demagogues better, who are saying, yeah, our country, our identity, you know, we are losing control and so on. They are tapping into a sense of dignity, which is lost. People who feel they cannot control their lives. People who feel they are not listened to. People who feel they are struggling to make amends. They are the costs of life, the problems, or poverty, or whatever. They are saying, I am no longer being listened to. I don't feel dignity in society. How do we give that back? Deepen democracy. Not only listen to them, give them a voice. And we are working now in the Council of Europe, and I'm working on this, a fourth branch of governments through citizens' assemblies, through e-agora, internet deliberation. Let's say, for example, if the European Parliament had bought Twitter rather than Elon Musk and used it to deliberate with the European citizens. We need new ways of strengthening democracy to bring more control and more participation so that the sovereignty of people, whether it's at the local, the regional, or the global level, as you said, Africa has no voice. India is not on the Security Council. Other countries, other big areas of the world are not represented in many of the international bodies. We need to think of how we democratize power and how we, through democratizing power, give a sense of dignity and a sense of justice, which then will come back to what we were talking about before, building the social capital of trust, which we need at the local level and at the global level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, George. Stefan, you have chaired co-chaired the Secretary General High-Level Advisory Board on Effective Multilateralism that actually fed into the work that led to the Pact for the Future. Mm-hmm. Since then, things have changed quite a bit, not for the best, I would say. So what is your assessment of where we are with that, on that?
And I co-chaired with Madam President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. That was a very nice experience. Now, first, there is an awareness. I can see there is an awareness that something needs to be done. And we weren't the only process leading up to the Pact for the Future. I think it was 9-10 different processes. So there is a job ongoing, and I do want to also give Secretary General commend him for really working on this, because he sees there's a structural change that is needed. Now, and when the General Assembly decided on the Pact for the Future, Russia, no surprise, tried to intervene and do something to not decide on this. But it was obvious that the rest of the General Assembly said, no, now we're going to decide we need to do something. So I think that's a basic thing. Now, the challenge now is to follow up on all these different actions that was decided upon. I think in total, when you break it down, it's 163 different promises. This is what we need to do. The first one is about sustainable development and financing that. Hopefully the global financial architecture, the financial system can change so we can start invest a lot, not least in Africa. Because you're absolutely right. I mean, we see the African continent is the continent that will grow substantially this century, and the workforce will grow substantially. So if we can invest and stop regarding investment as a cost, but as an investment, it'll be good for people in the African continent, the countries, it'll be good for the rest of the world. Because the more people that can contribute in the economy, the better for everyone. So Tim Walz, the governor, was a vice president candidate with Kamala Harris. He said, a friend of him once said, well, if everybody is better off, everybody is better off. and it's very simple sentence, but I think it says everything. So we need to look at it as an investment, and that it will bring a good thing also to the rest of the world. International peace and security is the next chapter, the headline in the Pact for the Future. And that is, I mean, right now it's hard to see any positive development. But also here we need to change the narrative and build trust, as George was talking about, because the real sustainable security is not a never-ending arms race. It is not. Now, please don't misunderstand me. In this moment, I do also want Europe to be ready to defend ourselves against Russia, because that is absolutely necessary. But if we start thinking now about after this, what's going to happen after, we need to build common security. And the core message of common security is that if you are safer as my neighbor, if you feel safe, I'm safer. The more insecure you feel about what I'm going to do, the more insecure I will be. And that goes for the rest of the world. So it's quite a simple, clear message from a UN report that was presented in 1982, I think. It's as relevant today. So building common security is another way of thinking. And we defend ourselves now, but we need to think long term. Science and technology. I'm engaged in an AI project called Low Zero. So here I'm really worried because the gaps are widening. We have several countries, many people that are not taking part of this digital development. So by the day, the gap is widening because everything is moving so fast now. So also here we need investment, a lot of investment, and I think it's more debated now, and also making sure that AI is in service of humanity, and not the other way around, because it risks being that now. So, but that is also on the agenda. And lastly, transforming the global governance. It's obvious that the Security Council needs to be reformed. More members, of course. Africa goes without saying. Africa need permanent members. We discussed that in the High-Level Advisory Board. And the problem is that if you put more permanent members in the council, if you have, now we have 5 with the veto right. If we have 10 with the veto right, is that helping the world community or not? And can you have permanent members with veto right, permanent members without veto rights, and then the others? Is that possible? So it is a challenge, but there's no doubt in my mind that Africa, India, and other countries also need that place. So we just need to be more fair global system. I mean, look at the World Bank, look at IMF. World Bank always an American top. IMF always a European. As if we don't have good candidates in Africa or in Asia or wherever. So building trust is about also making sure everybody's participating on equal conditions. So all these now needs to be followed up. I know that the Stimson Center, together with others, also working on that to see where are all these issues now, who is dealing with them, what's happening, so that 2028, when there's a new summit conference to debate in the General Assembly to see, okay, what happened with what we decided 2024. So there is an ongoing job, and we just need to make sure that we push and ask what's happening, how's it going?
Thank you.
Thanks.
I would like now to turn to Prime Minister Touré. One of the main conclusions of the work of the working group that led to the preparation of these 2 days has been that we need to strengthen middle-tier governance institutions, in particular task-oriented institutions and regional institutions. That is one conclusion that was shared by many of the members of the working group. And so, also building on what you said before the break, how do you see, what can African countries do to strengthen their cooperation and become actors instead of just the recipients of the global development system?
Well, I don't want to leave you with the impression that Africa is a place of desperation, because it's not, to begin with. So that's for the public, because great things are happening there. And we do have to give you some teaching about women representation at Parliament. We have 48%, and it's mandatory by law. So for all elected positions, it has to be completely 50-50. So we can come for technical advice if you need that.
Italians certainly can.
We came a long way, definitely. Between 15 to 20% of the population got extracted, trafficked, and that was for, of course, strong arms, etc. So you had to catch up on a permanent basis. But we sort of, turned the table, and that story needs to be told. And Africa needs to do its PR, its public relation job. And that we recognize that we have a gap there. Imagine in 1960, that's the year of independence, the life expectancy was 42-year-old. I would have been dead long time ago. And now it's 68. Still low, but can you imagine the gap in such a short period of time? So government have worked, to make sure that vaccination, was universal, to make sure that, we make improvement in hygiene, et cetera, because, we were coming from a very low point, actually, but we are happy to be here because the Aztec and the Maya and the brilliant civilization didn't make it. So that also needs to be recognized for us. And as we speak, we do have more girls sitting for the primary school exam to go to high school than boys. It's 57%. When it comes to strengthening women empowerment, I think we came a long, long way. Of course, we still have huge gaps. Our major issue is how we're going to eradicate poverty in a very short period of time. And that's where we can work with Europe. And if you want to do that, it's going to be difficult to rely on somebody else's money. Let's face it. We're going to come up with the 3-time higher rates I talked about. We have to create wealth. And to create wealth, we can create it together. Africa needs to be industrialized. You don't need to import needles all the way from China or some other places. You will send your money, your currency is there, you will create job there, but you won't create it, on site. So why don't we work together on that piece? You do have industries. Where are you going to build now? Hospital, highways, universities. You already have done that. So what about those industries? What are you going to do with it? Well, come to Africa. Let's see how we can work, and can we find a win-win situation. So my compelling message to Europe is that you have to reset the mental software, look at Africa differently as a place for business. You have 300 million consumers who are classified middle class. So they buy about everything, cars, cell phones, etc. So it's a huge market, and you're next door. So don't limit the view of Africa, about to illegal migration, etc. But you need migrate. You need migrant, actually. The population is hugely aging. You have a young population, but we don't want you to take, the more skills, what you call selective migration. That cannot work neither, because we need also our doctors, our engineers, etc. So the mindset has to change. Of course, we have some work to do at the regional level, but we are quite advanced. ECOWAS, which is the gathering of West African countries, we have one passport, we circulate, we trade together. I mean, it's a big market, and we have at the centerpiece Nigeria, which is, well, now it's their second most powerful economy behind South Africa, but hopefully they're going to catch up again. It's a huge dynamic market, but they are not doing enough PR to sell themselves, but they're quite doing very good things. And what is the sign that Africa is on good path and doing better? Most of our kids are coming back, including mine. They're leaving the USA, Europe, and settling back in Africa because they see opportunity for business, they see work, etc. So we have to strengthen our regional gathering and our continental gathering, the AU. The AU has to be more bold, has more flesh, and drive this common endeavor together, because we have a huge market. We have the ZLECA, the free trade zone. But again, for that free trade zone, it's not you come and you sit and you take no. We have to do it on a win-win situation. How can we have contract between, European and others and African, for common profit? Unfortunately, we are in the time of what I call wild capitalism. It's profit by all means. You can destroy the nature. You can, traffic people. If you get money, that's fine. But that's what we need to revise. See, what is the ethical perspective that we want to give to this world? And that's also the reason why the Club de Madrid is organizing this kind of thinking. Yesterday, we said it in one of our meetings. I mean, of course, you need engineers, you need scientists, you need mathematicians, but you need also philosophers, you need sociologists, you need people who are going to, pave the way of what kind of society we want to become. Besides just accumulating wealth and money, what do we do with our elderlies? What do we, etc. We talk about unpaid work of women, but in Africa, if you go and tell, if you ask me that, well, okay, I'm going to pay you to take care of your mother, well, God forbid. Because for us, we see it as an act of love. But what we need is to be supported socially, where you can, find the services, find help that comes, etc. So if we go with further common understanding of each other, which is not the case so far, because we are living under the domination of a Western civilization, no matter what you say. But democracy, as I said before, is an aspiration of all human beings. But the way you impact it and you put it in place, has to be contextualized. Women have to participate, young people have to participate, and that's what we are doing. So to come back to the end, to your question, we have to make sure our regional gathering works, and I think we are advanced toward, if I compare it to other places. ECOWAS is going to have one currency. Well, we're having hard time, but all the political decision has been taken. And then we do believe that we can turn the table with a young population that is vigorous, that has ideas, but we are open also to the world. But at the same time, we want some of our goods back. When I see public good, I'm like, well, I mean, we used to be public good because we used to be sold on markets. And that has to be repaired. That's what the head of state said last week. And how can we pay it? Well, let's look into all these debts, how we're going to deal with it. You're going to have, debts abandoned, you can, etc. But let's sit and recognize things. So I think it's about time now that Europe and the West, acknowledge that we are in a more, unified world, and people are going to come and fight for what they believe is theirs, and you have to be open up to that. Otherwise, with an old population, with a big competition from China, and your internal dynamics, we talk about the USA, but we could talk about Europe and the rise of the far right with appalling messages, based on racism, hatred, etc. That's also a problem that you're dealing with. So I think it would be good that you acknowledge all this, the past, the present, and really put effort in thinking about how we can work together, hands in hand, toward a more human future. It's all what it is about. Are we on earth just to accumulate and to fight each other and to kill each other? Or are we on earth to be happy, to be in solidarity as human in the same planet?
Ubuntu.
Yeah.
Yes.
When you implement the single currency, come to us for advice on how not to make it. And, we will have plenty of it. President Sagasti, Francisco, you have been working on global public goods since a long time ago, well before they became fashionable as they are today. And what I found fascinating by reading your past work is that since the very beginning you emphasized the idea that you need to have a whole value chain going from the global level to actually the delivery at the local level. And this is actually one of the things that you brought into the group to the work of the working group, and that was widely shared by the other participants. We need to be very careful in every step of the delivery process, and that is also part of this multi-level governance architecture that we're thinking about in this group and hopefully in the future. So I would like to have your perspective on what's to be done to improve this capacity to deliver at the local level and to repair this chain of delivery that is clearly malfunctioning today.
Well, thank you very much for the question, Francesco. I've been worried about the question of public goods, to come back to the subject of this session, for quite some time. And the thing that worried me is how do you make it happen in practice? And basically, exploring with other colleagues, we came to the idea of we'll use global, but I prefer to use international public goods delivery system. It's not enough to say we need this as a public good, or whether it's democracy, or whether it's preventing climate change, and so on. Once you do that, you need to put it in practice. And we identify 3 levels. The first one is the political one. There has to be a political agreement at the regional, international level that something is a public good, and I won't go into the details of the definition. Once you have that, you need to organize some way of operationalizing, financing it at the intermediate level below this global agreement. But in the last analysis, an international public good is produced, generated, used, or consumed at the very local level. Whether you prevent climate change, it's an individual or a group that really at the local level who benefits or produces. The main problem then becomes agree on what is a public good. Second, define the institutional arrangements and financial arrangements. And third, make sure that this goes down so that the incentive systems and the ways of shaping the behavior of enterprises, associations, and individuals at the very local level produce what you want them to produce, behave in the way that you want them to behave. And you can think very clearly in terms of climate change, in terms of air pollution, and so on and so forth. Very reasonable. Is the decision that each of us, each of you takes at the local level that generates a public bad or a public good. So we need to get the agreement, the mechanisms to finance and organize it, and it at the local level. And we're forgetting that. We simply say, at the global level, we have to do that, at the regional level, that. But unless you figure out how to make all these agreements come down and change the way each of us behaves, it's going to be just words. And we have some examples of how this can be done. It has been done. There are, and we are going to be discussing this afternoon some of those cases. But to me, the most important thing is to make sure that you go all the way from political agreement to incentives, penalties at the very local level, so that you change the behavior of economic, social agents and individuals in ways that are congruent with what you want to achieve in terms of whether it's democracy, peace and security, health provision, preventing climate change, conserving biodiversity, and so on and so forth. So to me, unless you do that, a footnote is that how do you finance that in the most effective way? And, I think we're going to have a presentation by Mariana Mazzucato sometime this afternoon. She and others and I have proposed one way of financing international public goods, which, by the way, do not require a global agreement. You may have coalitions of the willing and the able agreeing to do that on a smaller case, not only regional, but also covering across regions, whether it's some African, Latin American, Asian countries, and so on. But coming to the question of financing, there is one idea that seems to be really quite promising, and this is an international financial transactions tax. Why? Because the amount of money that is moved across borders internationally is huge. Second, a very small amount of 0.02 or 3% of that amount generates enough resources in ways that those who move the money are not going to feel it because it's so small. But the amounts of resources it produces for those causes that we decide to label as public goods could be fairly large. Third, we have SWIFT, we have the International Bank for Settlements, we have already institutions and organizations that track those changes in order to make it automatically, and then we also have the multilateral development banks that could come together in a consortium without being dominated, and your point of view, by one or another country, but having a kind of distributed mechanism of power that can create a secretariat that would collect those resources and allocate it to the public goods according to the decisions that could be made. So my point, Francesco and dear colleagues and friends here, is that we need to go beyond the concept, beyond we must do this and really devise the practical ways to make our ideas work at the practical, at the individual level in each of our countries.
Thank you very much. I think we can stop here, but it's perfect because actually you are bridging towards the session this afternoon. There has been a lot of discussion because we have these two working groups, one on governance and one on financing, and in both working groups the leitmotiv was these two things are impossible to distinguish. And actually it's actually true that the two things go hand in hand, so it's very nice that Francisco, with your last remarks, you basically bridge us and bring us to the session we will have this afternoon. So thank you very much to everybody for listening, and thank, of course, to all the 4, not 3 speakers, I now learn how to count, for their very interesting insights. And let's go to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Francesco, and to all of our speakers so far today. You know, we've heard already from all of them quite eloquent and urgent diagnosis of what I think all of you have come to understand as this crisis of multilateralism, which seems to really be a kind of multifaceted crisis, a crisis of trust, a crisis of concentration of wealth and power, and also a crisis of polarization. But ultimately, it seems that none of this really means that much unless we communicate that to the public, something that I, as a journalist, think a lot about, and also put people at the center of this discussion. And that's why I'm so pleased to introduce our next speaker, who's, I think I can say, a true public intellectual on this subject. She writes widely about this subject and has also published a book, Digital Democracy, Analog Politics, that addresses many of the questions that we're all discussing during this year's annual policy dialogue. So with that, I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Nanjala Nyabola. Thank you.
I'm going to stand, if that's okay. It's a tough act to follow. I feel like Prime Minister Touré stole at least a third of my talk. But what a illustrious person to take 2/3 of my talk, so I don't feel too bad about it. As you heard, my name is Nanjala Nyabola, and I wear many hats when my hair doesn't look like this. I am a writer, I'm a political analyst, and I am, I guess, a person who uses technology as an entry point for thinking through some of the major challenges that are facing us politically, socially, economically. And I say that in that specific way because whenever I say that I work with technology, you know, the title of my first book was Digital Democracy, Analog Politics. People always think that I'm a techie, and I'm not. I can't code, and my phone is so old that if they tried to rob me, they would probably give it back to me because it has no street value. But I think technology is such an interesting and important entry point for seeing the challenge that is facing the global system right now. We've heard a lot of the diagnosis already, right? The climate crisis, accelerated inequality, accelerated injustice, the crisis in masculinity, growing conflict, automated conflict. Like the diagnosis has already been put on the table. I think working with technology allows me to access a lot of the issues and challenges that have arisen, but also an entry point for thinking about where we might find solutions, or at least a different way of asking the same questions. But before I get into the practical elements of my talk, I want to start with sharing an anniversary I just celebrated at the beginning of June. It was the 10th anniversary of the first time that I went skydiving. Has anyone here ever been skydiving? It's a terrifying but ultimately very rewarding experience, right? And if you've been skydiving, you know what it feels like. There's like 5 or 6 different stages. You get on the plane goes up, it gets to altitude, you sit at the edge of the plane with the door open, they count you down, 3, 2, they say they'll get to 1, but they never get to 1, and they get to 2, and they jump out the plane, and you're in free fall, right? You're in free fall, the wind is coming at you, it's almost like you have a vacuum cleaner pointed at your face, that you can't even hear anything, it's just like sound rushing past you. And then your tandem partner pulls the cord and the parachute opens. And suddenly everything is calm. And you're drifting, being carried by forces that you don't necessarily even think about in that moment towards what is ideally, at least in my case, one of the most beautiful views that you've ever seen. For me, this was off the coast of the beaches of Malindi in Kenya. We know the physics of how skydiving works. We know the physics of how parachutes work. All of the forces, lift, drag, gravity, we know, but we can't see them, and we're certainly not thinking about them in that moment. There are things, these intangible things, that you only really fully appreciate when they're not working, when they're not present. I think what we've heard in the diagnosis of the crisis that's facing the world today is a world in free fall. We can see all around us that many of the institutions and structures that we developed to help us navigate the more complex problems of existing in a shared world are struggling, if not falling apart completely. And looking around to see who has the parachute, who knows how we're going to get out of this, who knows what we need to do to get out of this. Meetings like this are a great opportunity to start thinking about where that parachute might lie. But we need a lot more, and we need a lot more people involved in thinking about this problem and where the solution might lie. And so what I'm going to do today is to try and share where I think the parachute that will get us out of this free fall might lie, and what we might do to access that parachute to help us navigate through this period of free fall. Today, I'm going to share 3 things that I have learned, or that I think about when I use technology as an entry point for understanding this free fall. It's not an exhaustive list. There's a lot more things and a lot more ideas out there. But I think in the spirit of the conversation that's been convened today, these 3 things will hopefully inform the conversations that we take on as the meeting progresses, and will help us reframe the entry points from which we try to tackle the problems that are on the agenda today. The first idea, the first thing I want to put on the table for you all, we're not really learning from the past. Right now, when those of us who work in digital rights and who work in technology, we're seeing this pattern that we're calling digital colonialism. And the word is chosen intentionally because we're seeing a repetition of the same patterns that led to the destruction of most of the world in the 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th century being repeated in the way in which our technological lives are being ordered and directed. The theory behind this digital colonialism, this idea of digital colonialism, is that the role that the platforms are playing mimics the role that private capital and state intervention played in enabling the subjugation and the extraction and the destruction of much of the world. Maximize profits, minimize accountability, monetization of every single aspect of our existence. Those of us who have social media, you don't put pictures on social media so that they can train an algorithm. You put pictures on social media because you want your family and your friends to know what you're doing. Maybe you got a new haircut and you want people to see how good it looks. But you're not doing it to transfer wealth, your labor, because every time you put something on the social media platform, on the internet, you are performing some kind of labor. You're not doing that to intensify the wealth of people who are already the most wealthy people in the world, just so that they can intervene in the domestic politics of other parts of the world. Expansion, extraction, exploitation. Repetition of patterns that we've spent years studying, challenging. Thinking of with digital colonialism in this way reminds us that on a broad scale, we're not really learning from the past. We're aware of it. We're not contending with it. We're not developing a shared commitment to never repeat those patterns again, even though we know how badly they ended the first time around. The second idea I want to share with you is that we're not really getting any better at dealing with the hard questions. And here I want to think a little bit with artificial intelligence. Again, I'm not a coder, can't build the LLMs, but I like to think about AI in context. Not just its technical capacities and what it can do, not just its economic potential, but situating it within a specific political and social economy. How does taking away our ability to think, or shifting our ability to think in such fundamental ways, what will it do to our ideas about what it means to know? I see people say things very casually. They say, I asked ChatGPT. ChatGPT told me. ChatGPT knows. It's a database, guys. It doesn't know anything. You know. Because knowing is not just about accessing repositories of information or organizing repositories of information. You know that knowing is something more profound than that, right? You know how to play a musical instrument. You know how to read a book. You know how to do all of these things. So what is this social economy, this social context in which AI is being deployed? And then how will we respond to that? It triggers a lot of fundamental questions that I think people are tiptoeing around, and then allowing capital to offer us their version of the answers, even though it is unsettling for those of us who will have to live with the reality that it creates. I'm a writer. I can't tell you how difficult it is to work on a book for 10 years, to sacrifice, to skip time with family and friends, and then find out that you are in the database of books that were plagiarized, to build software that you ultimately don't benefit from. We're devaluing the things that make being a human worthwhile: art, music, culture. And so I think it says something more profound about value. How do we discuss what it means to value things, to treasure things, to care about things? And do we have the tools to have those conversations in a constructive way? The third idea I want to put on the table is we're not being very good custodians of the natural environment. And I've chosen the word custodian carefully. Because to be a custodian is to recognize that you don't own nature. You care for it, for your benefit, for the benefit of your community, for the benefit of people who don't yet exist. Custodianship has obligations that come with it. It means you always have to think about the object, the idea, the entity that is under your custodianship, under your guardianship. And you always have to be invested in how other people might experience it. The previous panel, and I think in the Secretary General's interventions, we heard about the environmental cost of artificial intelligence and of this digital expansion. Here we are, sitting in an air-conditioned room in Madrid in the middle of the hottest week, what might be the hottest week in at least in the last 10 years in Europe. The warning signs in France, children have been sent home. They're saying that it might be equivalent to the last mega heat wave in which 15,000 people died. The climate crisis is here. Should we be building more data centers? A large-sized data center consumes the equivalent of a small town of 10,000 to 50,000 people. Already, we see towns where these data centers are being built complaining about heightened energy costs, heightened water costs, pollution at a scale that was previously unimagined. Is there a way of building technology that recognizes that we are custodians of the natural environment and not there to consume, extract, exploit? When I think about these, I don't want to just leave you with problems. When I think about these three questions, then I find myself going to the next level. Where's the parachute? What gets us to a point where we're navigating these challenges and we're navigating these difficulties, but knowing that we're not in free fall, that these forces that we don't always feel, we can't always name, we can't always identify, are guiding us towards what is ideally a more hopeful future. It's not just about being anti-tech or being anti-AI, it's about engaging with the more profound questions. What do we want technology, what role do we want it to play in our futures? And to me, that's where this question of accessing the human, or re-accessing what it means to be a human, then becomes really important. The parachute is allowing ourselves to think and act as human beings, in the full sense of the word. I love what Antonio Gramsci said. Antonio Gramsci, Italian philosopher. Pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will. See the problems, diagnose the problems, act as if it is within your capacity to solve them. Act as if it is within your capacity to be radically optimistic and transformative. And I think shifting our orientation in this way then makes it possible for us to ask, what would it mean to be profoundly human in this moment of great turbulence? It means we would have to engage with things like empathy, kindness, care. In African philosophy, we have this concept of Ubuntu, or Utu. And you've heard Ubuntu expressed in the isiZulu framework, which is, I am because you are, and because you are, then we are, right? But there's something else that happens within that framework. In Swahili, Utu, which is the word for personhood, contains two related elements. Being a person is not just a description of your status. It's not just something that you are. It's something that you do. The word for personhood and humanity, Utu, is exactly the same word. Because to be a human is not just to move around the world as if your existence has no consequences and no bearing on other people. It's to move through the world while recognizing that you also have to do humanity. You also have to be humane towards other people and towards the natural environment. And so the parachute is being able to hit that reset button. How will we be humane? How will we demonstrate our Utu in this moment of profound turbulence? Ultimately, I think this leads us to contend with a lot of intangibles. Restoring trust. How would you explain that to a business school class? How will you explain that to computer scientists? We have to engage with those questions. We can't abandon them because they're not encompassed in the academic or whatever frameworks that people are embedded in. We have to be able to develop the tools, the approaches, the perspectives that allow us to be in those conversations. A multilateralism that is rooted in something that's more profound than just explaining economic inequality or explaining capitalism, but is actually thinking more profoundly about what it would mean to be humane. I guess in the simplest terms, what I would say, or in the most practical terms, what I would say is we begin by making space to engage with these intangibles in a more profound way. That means physical gatherings like this. It means connectivity beyond difference. It means partnership beyond dissent. It means understanding dissent more than just tolerating it. It means seeking out those who are least represented in the systems that we want to reform and we want to rebuild and we want to restructure, and finding out what it means to build systems that work for all of us. It means thinking about some of the harder questions that I've put on the table. What values do we want the political system that we build to reflect? Yes, trust. Yes, justice. But maybe also love? Maybe also kindness? Because that's part of being a human, isn't it? We are not just entities that are constantly trying to maximize our extractive capacity. So maybe we want to build a system that thinks about love and kindness in a profound way, which is, how do we treat those who are displaced? How do we treat those who are victims of conflict? How do we treat those who are victims of injustice? That's love as a political practice. What relationships do we want our multilateral system to reflect? Specifically, what relationship with the natural environment? Is the climate crisis going to continue to be an afterthought? What coalitions do we want this system to reflect? Where are young people? Prime Minister Toure talked about Africa being the youngest continent in the world, but it's not just Africa. 60%, 65% of the world's population is below the age of 40. What do we want our multilateral system to say to that generation, with that generation, about the systems that we're building? And really, I think most importantly, what lessons from the past do we want to carry into the future? The process of reform and rethinking cannot be about doubling down on the mistakes that we made in the past. It cannot be about reinforcing systems that were already struggling to deliver for the majority of the world's population. What lessons do we want to carry, do we want to sit with, do we want to engage with, and bring into the future? We're in free fall right now. It doesn't have to be a terminal sentence. There are forces out there that we can harness that are deeply intertwined with our ability to act as human beings, that we can orient towards guiding ourselves towards a more positive, a more just, and a more inclusive future. Thank you.
Thank you, Najala. That was such a thought-provoking talk, and I think it's really kind of given us all a framework for the rest of the program, which today I think is really going to get into some of the implementation issues that so many of us have been engaged with. And so with that, we're going to move on to our next plenary discussion, and I'll invite the panelists to join me on the stage. We're going to talk about perhaps the most prominent of so many multilateral organizations, the United Nations, and we're going to address the UN and the future of collective action. So if I can invite the panelists to join me, President Moghezi Masisi, President Danilo Turk, Prime Minister Han Suk-soo, Vice President Viera Jourova, and Professor Pratap Banubenta. Is everyone here? Please sit down. Thank you. Please. It's a pleasure. Okay, yeah, please sit anywhere. Okay. There.
My stuff is falling off.
Okay. Thank you. I thought we lost you. All right. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Okay, so we're here to discuss, perhaps in this room, our favorite subject, problems of the United Nations. I know this is something that so many of us have considered, have thought about. It's really hard to even think about this crisis of global public goods, multilateralism, without considering the United Nations. And this year, this moment, is actually, I think, such a good time to talk about it because, of course, the United Nations, after more than 80 years of existence, is in a moment of transition. And it's not just because of the United States pulling back. As we've heard from many of our speakers, countries in Africa and Asia and Latin America have questioned the effectiveness of the United Nations for many years. We're going to be seeing new leadership at the United Nations. So I think this is really an opportune time to think about some of the the sort of first questions of the United Nations. So I'll just start there, and I'll ask each of the panelists to kind of, if you will, take a position, if you don't mind. Like I've been reading in preparation for this panel some of the frameworks for thinking about the UN, and I know there are some who feel like, oh, the UN needs to get back to basics, right? That's one way of thinking about it. The UN should focus on the neglected issues, the things that other institutions are not paying enough attention to, for example, the climate crisis. There's another way of thinking that perhaps the United Nations should take this moment of crisis to refocus itself entirely on some, perhaps on technological change, providing that guidance that the world seems to be so hungry for. Or perhaps it's something completely different. Perhaps, I'll just throw this out there. Perhaps the world needs to move on from the United Nations. That's something that I think that's certainly out there in the public discussion. I think it would be wrong of us to ignore that. So I'll just ask each of you in turn to kind of take your position on what kind of United Nations the world needs today. Could I start with you, Vice President?
Okay, thank you very much. Happy to be here. I would go for option B. I think it was the proof, proof of the relevance of United Nations in solving things and raising questions and finding answers on the things which nobody else can do. And here I have to mention the emerging threat stemming from technologies. We just had the passionate speech of Madame Niabola, and she said the necessary sense of urgency, and the tone was appropriate one, because especially the emerging technology, AI, could have, if the people will not be able to keep the technology under control, could have a fatal global impact. And nobody else can solve that and raise these questions. I will quote the king. He said that, he quoted Ortega y Gasset, and he spoke about the willingness to coexist, people with people. And now I think that we are facing a totally new era, and we see the necessity to coexist, people with bots. And I think that the United Nations is exactly the platform where these questions have to be discussed. I think you wanted short answers.
Yes, we'll definitely have a chance for all of you to respond to each other. So, President Turk, what kind of United Nations do you think we need right now?
Well, look, I think one has to think about this question in a historical perspective. Now, this is the Charter of the United Nations, the most important and probably the most successful international treaty in entire human history. We must not underestimate that achievement. That achievement came as a result of leadership, and that leadership was exercised by the American president of the time, Franklin Roosevelt. And the world followed that leadership. And if you look at how the Charter was adjusted to subsequent changes, you would see that there were several revisions of the text which made it possible for the elected bodies to grow. Because, of course, the original 50-something members of the United Nations grew to about 200 members today. And surely the bodies like the Security Council, the Economic and Social Council, and others have to be expanded. So let us not say that things do not work. Things do work, but they have to address an enormously complex and large issue. So we should not be impatient in that regard. And when we today talk about something like the global public goods delivery system, which is a concept that was discussed by the previous panel. President Sagasti spoke about that in some detail. Surely one can think about adjusting the structures of the United Nations and the programs of the United Nations to serve as part, not necessarily as the whole system, but as a part or a critical important part of a system for delivery global public goods. I can talk about legal technicalities and Article 109 or other things later, but what I want to make as a fundamental point is let us take some reassurance, or let us take some confidence from the fact that we do have a basic normative framework which is there, which is adjustable, and which with some degree of political wisdom and leadership can be improved further to serve the humankind for the future.
So am I understanding correctly, you would encourage us all to sort of look at the original charter to see what the sort of first principles of the UN should be?
Yeah, well look, I mean, in the charter you have chapter 9, which is about economic and social cooperation. Now that chapter was drafted in 1945, where economic and social cooperation was much less complex than it is today. But, let us get together and figure out what it entails now. And as I said, our panel comes after previous ones, which actually elucidated some of the key questions for the future. And I think that, this sort of things can be worked out, not in a short run, not immediately, but over time and with trial and error. Mistakes will be made, clearly, but we should not conclude that this is impossible. It is possible, and that's the basic conclusion I want to suggest.
So definitely an optimist of the will. I can
well,
see
yes. Somebody quoted Gramsci earlier. Yes. The pessimism in analysis, optimism in the will to change things. Clearly.
Okay, Prime Minister, I'll move to you. What kind of United Nations do you envision?
This is the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. And for the first time in the history of the United Nations, we may have a female Secretary General from next year. One of the candidates of this Secretary General is our Vice President Prashad, or the former President of Chile. We meet at a time when the international system is facing unprecedented strain. Geopolitical rivalry is intensifying, and armed conflicts are spreading. Trust among nations are weakening. At the same time, the challenges confronting humanity, such as climate change, pandemics, water insecurity, cyber threats, and artificial intelligence are becoming increasingly global in nature. The paradox of our age is very clear. The world problems are becoming more interconnected, while politics are becoming more fragmented. This reality makes collective action more necessary than ever. When the United Nations was first founded in 1945, the world emerged from the devastation of war, Second World War, with a shared determination that future generations should be spared from the suffering. The UN Charter reflects the belief that peace, development, and human rights could only be secured through international cooperation. 8 years later, that principle remains valid. The United Nations is not perfect. It never has been. But despite those imperfections, it remains the only universal institution where all nations can come together to seek common solutions to common problems. The question before us is therefore whether we in the United Nations at the moment. The question really is how we can strengthen the capacity to foster collective action in an increasingly fragmented world. So I think there are 4 or 5 points that I'd like to raise. One is that we must recognize that many of today's challenges are global public goods nature. Climate stability is a public good. Peace and security are global public good. And increasingly, water security is a global good also. No nation, regardless of its size or power, can secure these goods alone. Collective actions is not a matter of charity. It is a matter for enlightened self-interest. Second is we need to build broader coalitions that extend beyond the governments. The future of collective action will not be shaped by states alone. Cities, businesses, scientific communities, universities, civil society organizations, and young people have all vital roles to play. The Sustainable Development Goals demonstrate that progress. And third one is that we must strengthen trust. Trust among nations, trust between government and citizens, and trust in international institutions. Without trust, agreements become fragile and cooperation becomes difficult. United Nations can serve as a bridge builder, creating space for dialogue when political differences appear irreconcilable. My experience as president of the 56th session of the United Nations General Assembly reinforced this lesson. I was to be elected the president of the 56th session of the United Nations on that tragic day of September 11, 2001. At that moment, the world faced uncertainty, fear, and division. I had to be elected president of the 56th session of the United Nations General Assembly next day, 12 September 2001. Yet the international community came together in solidarity at the time. All the member states spoke at the General Assembly condemning the terrorist attack against the United States. It was the first time in the history of the United Nations that all the member states spoke at the General Assembly on one single topic on that day. That experience reminded us that moments of crisis can also become moments of unity. Today, we need a similar spirit. Finally, we must reaffirm the values upon which the United Nations was founded: human dignity, solidarity, mutual respect, and the peaceful resolution of disputes. The future of collective action will not be determined solely by institutions. It will be determined by political leadership and the willingness of nations to recognize that their long-term interests are inseparable from the well-being of humanity as a whole. We should remember the United Nations was created not because cooperation was easy, but because it was necessary. In an increasingly fragmented world, the answer to global challenges is not less cooperation, but better cooperation. The United Nations remains humanity's most universal platform for collective action. Its future depends on our ability to renew our commitments to the principle that has guided it from the beginning, that our common future can only be secured through our common effort. Thank you.
So, thank you, Prime Minister. So what I'm hearing from you is it sounds like a fairly vigorous defense of the United Nations and its principles, its focus. As it is, you're sort of calling for a strengthening of the existing structure. So, President Masisi, do you agree, or would you advocate for a slightly different United Nations, one that is perhaps better suited to the moment we're in? I mean, the moment of solidarity that you just described, it's hard to imagine, but it was 25 years ago now. What do you think the United Nations needs today?
Thank you very much. I'm quite inspired by the example of the parachuting given earlier, and would like to press the reset button. If you come to think of it, for all of us on stage here, yourself included, come from nation states that didn't exist in the way they do now when the UN was formed. So the world has changed fundamentally. The population of the world has changed fundamentally. The so-called Iron Curtain is not as strong. So there have been seismic shifts in the patterns of power, the patterns of disposition in the world. If you come to think of it, most of us here on stage come from countries that were not independent when the UN, so they could not have been members of the UN when it was formed. The reality is that we have a lot more much more diverse, much more capable. The latency of talent has increased disproportionate to the changes required to answer to current challenges. So I would root for a real radical change of the UN. The UN must come to terms with the now. It must be responsive to the now. Because you also have to think of the alternative. What if we continue being conservative? What are the risks? One of the risks we see as in the behavior of one of the primarily important founders of the UN, a very powerful country, the US. They've literally bolted. They've bolted. What if more bolt? I'm a big believer in the essential ideals of the UN. You need a global body that's committed to multilateralism because it protects the big and the small. It protects order. It's a framework that we come from 8 years ago that was a result of the interpretation of the world by the victors of World War II. We're in a different world now. We all deserve to be respected, to participate, and to contribute. And there's so much willingness. So the amount of goodwill around needs to be tapped and utilized. So we need a structured system that responds to current realities. And part of that requires it to be democratized. Part of it requires for there to be a willingness by its members to submit themselves to being oversighted. And so we need intense negotiation, intentional negotiation to submit to a body of the world that we all respect.
So, but when you talk about a radical rethinking or radical restructuring, do you mean simply in the structure of the UN itself, or do you think the focus should also change, as the Vice President suggested?
Yes, I think the focus should also change. The structure ought to change, because we're dealing with problems that didn't even exist then. I mean, we're facing a potentially existential problem of climate. You know, you talk to the countries in the Caribbean and the West Indies and those in the Solomon Islands, Marshall Islands, and etc. They are threatened with being completely obliterated. Now that is serious. So every one of us who are members of the UN should put ourselves in that position. We're facing situations where we're realizing unbelievable heat. I mean, I was in Germany last week. I'd never been in as hot a Germany. You know, and rivers are drying. What are you going to do to those millions of people who don't have water? So we need to change the structure and the focus and make sure that we can really save ourselves.
Okay. Pratap, what about you? I'm counting on you to stir things up. What kind of United Nations do you think the world needs right now?
Okay, so following up on that, we are in Spain. It is the 500th anniversary of the great legal theorist Francisco Vitoria's work. And Vitoria's central claim was that if you deny international law, you deny a common humanity. So the first question you need to ask is, do you want a world without international law? And what would that say about us as humanity? Second, if you want that world, if you want a world with international law, can you construct legitimate international law without something like an effective UN in place, right? And in some senses, the UN's great achievement was to actually construct that order post-1945, right? So the UN is indispensable morally and on first principles, right? Second, I think we need to diagnose very clearly what is the problem with the UN. The problem isn't that it has not been effective in dissemination of norms. In fact, if you actually look at, compared to the 19th century world, lots more norms have been institutionalized, norms of sovereignty, or I mean, you can think of lots of different kinds of norms, and the General Assembly votes on many of those norms are actually fairly sensible, right? The problem is a couple of powers, a couple of big powers particularly, constantly subvert the enforcement of those norms. Now the question for us is, that problem is not going to be solved by dissolving the UN. That problem is going to arise no matter what other formation or coalition you actually build, right? So the real core issue in the international system is how do you hold big powers accountable? And I think blaming the UN is in a sense blaming the wrong, I think, culprit in some senses. It's, I think, displacing the agency of all of our countries, right? There are within the UN Charter, so for example, take the veto, right? The veto was not meant to apply to powers that are parties to conflicts, right? Can easily be enforced by the General Assembly now. You can have, as Una Hathaway, many other legal scholars have actually suggested, right, actually modest sanctions against countries that violate the basic norms of the UN, in a sense, UN Charter. So the question we need to ask is not what's wrong with the UN. The question we need to ask is what's wrong with the politics of our countries that it actually doesn't sustain global collective action in implementing those principles.
So that might be a subject for another panel, unfortunately. But today we are looking at the UN. But since at least two of our panelists have sort of advocated for a shift in focus for the UN, I think that sort of leads us to the next question. I mean, the UN, in some ways, has been trying to deal with the climate crisis for a couple of decades. Do you feel that this current United Nations is equipped to take on a new focus? Like if it did, for example, really rededicate itself under the next Secretary General, for example, to climate or to migration or to technological change, do you think the current structure is adequate for that?
I will leave the climate issue to other speakers. I will keep with the technologies, and I will maybe share with you my personal experience, because I was one of the negotiators of the Digital Compact at the United Nations level on behalf of the European Union. And it was a bizarre experience. And I swear I would say it even if Mr. Gutierrez is sitting here personally. He only spoke on the video. But I have to be critical. We were discussing at length the things which were not relevant anymore because the technological development goes so bloody fast that I came to New York being absolutely overburdened by complaints of the people, countries, institutions about the fatal negative impact of digital platforms and AI on individuals and on the society. Deep fakes and manipulation in elections, child pornography, violations of human rights, hate speech, terrorism and radicalization spread. And I came to New York and it was like on another planet. It was too slow, too bureaucratic, and not addressing the target. And I was begging, could we please look at all the issues? And I will look like a technological alarmist. I am, in fact, optimist, but I was in the position of reacting on the complaints and on the real issues. In the EU, we reacted by hard regulation and by pushing the technological big companies to be more responsible. So I think that in the EU we did a lot. But I was begging in New York, could we look at it from a really very concrete perspective and apply for the world of technologies also the principle of the polluter pays? Because anytime we were trying to solve the issues of the bad impact of technologies, there were ideas what the taxpayers should pay. Okay, so Google has killed the independent media by grabbing all the advertisers' money. so let's pay the media from public budgets. Okay, there is a spread of hate speech and radicalization and terrorism, so let's pay from the public budgets the increase of digital police, for instance. And I could continue. There are so many risks and so many harms caused by several big digital monsters, which are all done at the expense of the people. So there was no response in the United Nations, no question about maybe discussing about some connected efforts to impose the digital tax or some sanctions. And I cannot help it. I think that now it's time for a global revolt, because the United Nations, in my view, and according to my experience, they take the current challenges as business as usual. It's not at all anymore the truth, because in the world of technologies, we see that a competing center of power grew up in Washington in connection with Silicon Valley. We never saw such a concentration of power, concentration of economic, technological, ideological power. And so this Goliath appeared. So where are the Davids to say a word? Because what I am describing, the problems which we tried to solve in the EU, I heard the same kind of problems in Africa, in Canada, even in the United States, in some countries in Asia. It is a global toxic development which requires global reaction. Nobody else can organize global real reaction than the United Nations.
So I'm glad you brought up this question of essentially the private companies that have become, as many speakers mentioned, so powerful, particularly in technology, but I think the same is true in energy, in many other fields. I'll just throw this out there. This might be a provocative question, but how do you think the United Nations or any other multilateral institution should be thinking of these private companies? Do you think that it's sustainable for the UN to continue to think of those companies, as you put it, as monsters, as basically as the opponent, as outside the system? I mean, I think I would not be the first to observe that some of these companies operate as if they are nation states themselves. I mean, they send their delegations to different countries. They meet with heads of government and heads of state. I mean, how do you think the UN should approach its relationship to these extremely powerful private actors? I mean, which of you would like to take that question?
Well, look, I think one has to understand that, first of all, UN cannot perform miracles, so that's out of the question. UN is an organization of member states, so it vitally depends on the capacity and willpower of member states. And there are certain things that member states simply have to do. If member states are not prepared to regulate and to rein in some of the most powerful, centers, individuals and so forth, there is very little that can be done at the level of international organizations if, states simply want to let that go. So, one has to understand the shared responsibility here. There is no way of United Nations or any other international organization to perform miracles, and there is a need for shared responsibility. Now, of course, that responsibility doesn't emerge miraculously. I'd like to remind ourselves that in the 1980s, there was a big alarm about the hole in the ozone layer. And the fear was that if that ozone layer is further depleted, that would create a huge catastrophe for the world. And very quickly, an international agreement on ozone layer was brought into the place. That was done because the level of fear was so high and the level of readiness of member states to come together and work out a treaty was available. Now that unfortunately is not the case always, and certainly with regard to new technologies it doesn't seem to be working now. However, I would like to remind ourselves that in a few weeks from now the International Telecommunications Union in Geneva will have an important conference which will be a place to discuss the regulation related to artificial intelligence. That will be the first step which is multilaterally organized. It was made possible last summer in August. You know, everybody was on vacation, but the General Assembly did adopt a resolution which provided a platform for this work. Now, is this work going to produce results? It's hard to say. But the awareness of danger, a threat is there, and that, I think, is actually quite helpful to governments to figure out, all right, we have to come together and do something in order not to be all of us at the end victimized by this development that simply, you know, has no limits or has no controls. You know, and then, you know, as a professor of international law, I'm sometimes very disappointed when I hear governments saying that they are committed to what they call a rules-based international order. Now, which rules? What rules? Why not? They are not saying international law. As you know, Professor Mehta was saying earlier, you know, international law does contain a number of important rules which are now kind of seen as inconvenient. So therefore, you know, the terminology of international rules is more relaxed, which is part of the problem. So governments have to figure out what would be the real answer to this, and the normative system is important if you want to govern anything. And to conclude, just one further point. You see, Charter of the United Nations can be revised and was revised, but only with the additional number of members of ECOSOC and Security Council, because the numbers grew, I mean, in the past decades. But there are other legal techniques which can be used, and I would like to simply mention one, simply as a provocation perhaps. Why don't we start thinking about an additional protocol to the Charter of the United Nations which would address the question of global public goods and try to figure out what the system should be. An additional protocol on global public goods. That, if you want to make it even more digestible for states, you can say optional protocol for global public goods, so that it is clear that it's not imposed on states, but it is offered to states. So if that is suggested, and if that is sufficiently supported by a sufficient number of states, you may have a gradual development of an international system which is based on the Charter principles, but which goes further. And of course, the drafting of such a protocol would have to be very careful not to depart from the principles which are in the Charter, but again, not being exposed to the danger of the veto. Because veto, which was adopted early, was meant only to deal with specific issues of war and peace. It was not meant to paralyze the entire system. But in fact, it has grown into a kind of paralytical virus, if I may put it this way, which actually makes everything more difficult. All right, so let us think about alternative techniques. And one of them would be an additional protocol, an optional protocol, which is offered to member states. And let's see how many member states would be willing to go that direction, and build a system around the United Nations with, on the basis of the Charter, and address all the problems that have to be dealt with if one wants to manage global public goods in a, in an adequate manner. So, ideas can be worked out.
Okay. Pratap, it seems like you want to reply to that. What do you think?
So very quickly, I mean, my kind of instincts are to go in the opposite direction, which is, I don't think the UN is going to be an effective governance or development agency. In fact, the way in which development practice emerged out of the UN system actually end up harming so many countries around the world. I mean, you recall World Bank reports from the 1970s saying Africa should not invest in higher education. I mean, absolutely extraordinary, actually, the kinds of things that have actually come out of that system. It's not meant to govern. My instinct is to say that the UN needs to actually go back to its core mission, which is preventing catastrophic risks to the planet and issues of war and peace. Look at the moment we are in. This is, Wattel, another international law person, he had this wonderful distinction. He said, look, we always will complain about the hypocrisy of international law. That's constitutive, that's baked into any system, not just of international law, even domestic law often, right? But there is a distinction between hypocrisy of international law and a total nihilism about international law. We are at a moment where there are powers who actually say, frankly, dear, I don't care a damn.
Yeah, sure.
And think of the context. We don't have arms control treaties when AI is being integrated into nuclear weapons. Drones are unregulated. We have legitimized political assassinations, near genocide in the 21st century, right? This is what is going to produce skepticism about not just international law, but about the idea of humanity itself. And that really was the core mission of the UN. So I think the development framework, climate change will require lots of different kinds of complicated agencies which can feed into the UN. But the biggest failure of the UN has been in its core mission of creating a world where no individual is targeted for being who they are. That's the fundamental sort of promise of the UNHCR and the UN mission. The rest is, in a sense, all diversion. And I think that's what we need to focus on.
Mm-hmm. So then how would you do that? Again, like I'll turn to both of you, President Masisi. Like, do you think that structurally the UN can do that? Do you think the General Assembly, for example, is the forum for this? Like, how can this happen?
Well, I think it's true to remind ourselves that the UN is member-driven. Now, there's a falsehood in the assumption that all members are equal. There's a reality in that some members bully other members into particular positions. Now, you're going to need to restructure the UN so that you can protect the integrity of sovereignty, of decision-making by those who want to. And if we're to get back to the basics of the UN, it must be a protector of global public goods and values. And so I would envisage a system in which there is an ability by member states to recraft the structure of the UN to ensure that nobody gets away with impunity of whatever kind. And that was the essential intention of the permanent members, 5 in the veto power. But we now have new threats, such as climate that I talked about, that could diminish our very existence. We need that governed. And we need it governed in a manner that provides for independence and non-acceptance of impunity. The biggest problem right now is there are a few who wield their swords with impunity and do as they wish, and even, marshal and cattle herd countries into particular positions. And that's why it's just not working.
So if I can take that to the logical conclusion, are you saying that the UN shouldn't have a Security Council at all?
No. We could have a Security Council, but we need to reorder the rules of that, so that we don't have any one member who create the gridlock that we're having right now. We also need to have a way in which the UN itself would prevent those from doing that, either through a General Assembly or some other separate structure that would, overlook that.
And what about you, Prime Minister?
Can I say one word
yes,
on
please,
this?
please.
Also,
go. Yes.
When you say United Nations, we talk about it as if it's one organization. In actual fact, there are 6 organs of the United Nations, and there's always tensions between the organization, particularly between the General Assembly and Security Council. And at this juncture, Security Council is not functioning so well that General Assembly is beginning to increase their influence more and more. There are several resolutions by the General Assembly to have more power within the United Nations framework on global issues. This is, I think, next Secretary General will have to deal with this problem, but I think this tension will go on for a long time to come.
Mm-hmm. So you think there's more potential within the General Assembly to take a more prominent role? I mean, do you think the General Assembly, the way it functions now, could, for example, intervene in a productive way in this whole discussion around AI? I mean, do you think one or a series of resolutions is something that would be useful there?
Well, I think that the answer to this question depends on the depth of fear. Mm-hmm. The depth of fear. If there is a sufficiently deep fear about the future of artificial intelligence without international regulation, then I think the states will come together. I mean, it has happened before. One shouldn't discard that possibility completely. It's not guaranteed. But what happened last year was, in fact, quite surprising. At the time when the most powerful power of the world says we don't care about the United Nations, America first, that's the only thing that matters. Now, they did come to a consensus that there should be something in the International Telecommunications Union that would start building a system. Now, we'll see whether that works or not. I'm not suggesting that success is guaranteed, but that shows, again, as it did in the case of the ozone layer, that once the existential fear is sufficiently strong, then there is a capacity to come together and to work out a system that works. And of course, the ozone layer was actually improved as a result of that cooperation. And one shouldn't underestimate the importance of that kind of experience. So that is as far as the functioning of the system is concerned. And then the other aspect of reality, which I think is worth keeping in mind, is this. I remember the first years after the ending of the Cold War. I was at that time sent to New York as a permanent representative of a new member state of United Nations, Slovenia, and we were very enthusiastic in my country and also internationally, because we thought that the post-Cold War world will be very different and that veto will not be used. And it was not used for, I think, 2 or 3 years. It was not used. Secretary General Boutros Ghali at that time was asked to produce what was called an agenda for peace, a very ambitious document, which he did with great zeal and enthusiasm, he being an international law professor also. So he produced really a fascinating report. And then I went to meetings where member states were discussing the implementation of the ideas that were included in that report. That was at the time when no veto was cast. Security Council was functioning pretty much as expected. It was a golden era, but lasted only for 2 or 3 years. And then it was very clear very soon that permanent members think about their own needs more than anything else. Now, the Secretary General proposed one thing which may sound to you as a kind of an insignificant legal detail. There is a system in the UN which allows the General Assembly or the Security Council to seek advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice on legal issues. Now, the Secretary General suggested that that ability should be given to the Secretary General as well. So the Secretary General will be entitled to ask for a legal opinion if there is, something to be clarified. And people like me, people like other diplomats at the time, they were saying, yeah, that's wonderful. Let's empower the Secretary General with this sort of an additional capacity. But then it was permanent members who said, no. No.
How surprising. They
That's
didn't want a
not-
more
that's
powerful
not going to
Secretary
happen.
General. Okay.
And that was in the best time of the United Nations in recent history. You see, so there has to be a way around this problem which is there, which has to do with the reality of power, which
Yes.
doesn't have to do with the quality of norms. This is the question of reality of power. And the question is whether there are systemic ways around that. I have suggested a possibility for member states to come together and propose an additional protocol to the Charter focusing specifically on global public goods or on a few global public goods. And that would be one way.
I know, Vice President, you'd like to
thank you.
intervene here.
I have to comment. We had very good debate here in Madrid about the reasons why democracy is declining. And it was mainly around the trouble that the trust of people in institutions is going down. And I need to make this comment because I come from Czech Republic. We are 10 million people and we have 500,000 Ukrainian refugees on our territory. We are hosting them and we are happy to help. And that's why it is so sensitive, everything, what's happening around Ukraine, about that horrible war. Now we are so happy to see the results of a heroic fight, also using technologies from the side of Ukrainians. But I wanted to say, when we saw, and when I say we, I mean the citizens, that the aggressor, Russia, can vote in the matters concerning Ukraine, the people simply don't understand how this is possible. And through that, the fantastic and respected institution like United Nations and the Security Council loses trust. And I think that we should listen to what also the people say. Because if the institutions like United Nations are losing trust of ordinary people, sorry about the word ordinary, but you know what I mean, this is a sign of something very, very serious. Comment on your question whether the General Assembly should solve the issue of AI. Of course not. This is the matter for deep expert work. I would really like the United Nations to have very precise data collection, understanding the data, the experts working for the United Nations, and the reach for the information which they need for the proposal of, let's say, a resolution which would have an impact, which would warn against the risks which the AI is bringing. I would expect United Nations experts to ask China and United States, what are you doing now when it comes to AI to be used in the possible war? Nobody knows. And we already know that the race between United States and China, who will be better in using AI in the war, already started. Who knows what's happening? And I think that that's the real relevance of United Nations as an institution and its expert platform, to ask questions and to insist on answers being supported by the members, because it's in everyone's interest.
It does raise the question, though. I mean, certainly the United Nations provides in a way, a public good in itself, just the amount of data and data collection, expertise, independent data collection also that, journalists rely on, governments rely on. Do you think that the United Nations can continue to do that when it's facing both not just a crisis of legitimacy, but also a crisis of funding? I mean, the United States pulling back from the UN isn't just a sort of political statement. I mean, it is having a real effect on the functioning and operations of the United Nations. I mean, I live in New York. I have heard from so many friends and, acquaintances who work in the UN system who are physically moving out of New York. Like, they're seeing their there are agencies within the UN being restructured right now. And I don't think there is an expectation that that is going to be reversed anytime soon. I mean, what do you think is the future for a radically restructured, not just to be more responsive to member states, but also the economic realities?
United Nations has been mainly concerned with the war and issue of war and peace until now. But as we talked about AI is becoming a crucial problem facing the humanity, more than I think nuclear in the future. So there is a movement within the General Assembly of the United Nations to have a kind of panel. Actually, they are in the process of forming a panel on AI, so that along the lines of nuclear, like IAEA, we may have international AI agency to control the AI problems, although it will be very difficult because China, the United States will not consider their sort of achievement research easily to the the international organizations. But still, if we think of the future of the humanity, then I think AI has to be somewhere controlled internationally. And the only place is the United Nations. Unfortunately, the United Nations is becoming very ineffectual on all issues. So we have to really reinforce the activities of the United Nations the coming years, which is also difficult because it's not really a problem of the United Nations, but problem of multilateral organizations in general. Because not only the United Nations, but WTO, WHO, and all kinds of international organizations are going through very, very difficult at the moment.
Yeah,
so
the other agencies that the U.S. has also pulled back from.
So
President Masisi,
I think we increasingly are forced, certainly by the behaviors of some members of the UN, to also adjust in our thinking of the structure and the purpose of the UN to respond to current challenges. Now, if you're in a country and some members of the citizens of a country, whether it be corporate or individual, simply refuse to pay tax, but want to continue to enjoy the rights and privileges of your country, what do? You've got to find a mechanism of disincentivizing them from that behavior. So we need a means by which we can disincentivize those members who are punishing the rest of the world only because they can do it, and they profit from everybody else. For me, it's something that needs to be done with urgency, and it's the member states that must reckon with this and huddle in the true order of multilateral goodwill and seek to disincentivize those who misbehave.
Yeah, that is definitely a collective action problem. Now, I'm conscious of the time, and I'm also conscious of the fact that we haven't really looked at the leadership transition. So what I would suggest that perhaps to close, I'll ask each of you to sort of address that in a way, and I'll give you a choice. Like, as member states are choosing the next Secretary General, you could either give advice to the member states in making that choice, or give advice to the next Secretary General. It's your choice. What would you like to do? Professor Mehta?
So, advice to the member states, right? The UN needs two things. One, it needs other countries to step up. I mean, I think it's unfair to blame only the US. It's calling the bluff of the rest of the world. If you want internationalism, pay for it. But one of the most important things we need right now is to actually make internationalism and global cooperation cool again. The power of the UN ultimately will be the power of global public opinion. It has no other tools to, in a sense, deploy, right? And I think you need Secretary Generals who can actually break through that, as it were, have sort of independent authority, ability to attract attention, perform the role the Pope is performing right now, in a sense, in a kind of secular version. I think that's the only power. And if you don't mobilize global public opinion, make internationalism cool again, which gives leaders domestically headroom to support things like the UN, it's not going to go anywhere. So I think look at its public-facing and bully pulpit role as much as its kind of bureaucratic and organizational role.
My advice to member states, I think it would be really cool to have a woman as Secretary General of the UN.
Well, now the process is on now.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I think it would be really important because it would really speak to the very values of gender equality that we've been postulating all along. It will also give an opportunity for a lot of those leaders who are men to look at a secretariat leader who's not like them and who may be able to speak to them in a way different from what they're used to and focus on the right things. It's also important to realize that I would hope and imagine many of those national states leaders would look at this female Secretary General as they would look at their own mother and daughters. Right? And that provides for an opportunity for a kinder, softer, more agreeable world. So I would beg that you all encourage your leaders to look for the right woman who would be able to lead our organization to the next level.
It will be very interesting to note that Secretary General, at the moment, the general sort of opinion is that we have to have a new Secretary General, women Secretary General. And as I said, one of our vice president, Club de Madrid, President Prasad, is now running for this post. I hope that she will get it. But I think even the President of the General Assembly, they're all male. There are only 3 women president of the United Nations Assembly. At the moment, former German Foreign Minister, Bachelet is not Bachelet, she is now president. She's the 3rd president, women president in the United Nations. So not only in the Secretariat, even in the General Assembly, there are very few women. I hope that not only Secretary General, but future president of the United Nations General Assembly will be more female.
Do you have advice for the
Yeah,
next
well,
leader?
look, I would be in favor, and I think that we have an emerging consensus here, the kind of a religion of the UN is consensus, and we have consensus here about a woman Secretary General. I would like to add just a very small amendment. Yes, let us see a moment when a woman becomes Secretary General of the United Nations, but let us not forget, and that's my amendment, let us not forget, this is the most impossible job in the world. The most impossible job. So, and that definition was provided by one of the Secretaries General in the past, and it is actually quite accurate. And that woman will not be spared of the difficulties that UN work brings. So let us pray to have a woman Secretary General. Of course, we are not deciding on that, we can hope. And let us then accept that her job would be the most impossible job in the world.
Vice President, do you have advice for the next Secretary General, whoever that might be?
I will react on the President. Well, we don't want to be spared of the troubles to be solved.
Sure.
We are used to it. We keep solving the troubles created by men, so... Sorry.
Good.
No, I'm always provoked by when I hear there should be a woman, yeah? Mm-hmm. Of course, we know there should be the woman with very strong personality, capable to do this impossible job. And I was working in the European Commission. We were 27. Ursula von der Leyen in the lead. She had to work so hard on building the authority.
Yes.
Harder than men, yeah. It was interesting to watch it. And she managed. She's a very strong leader. And she insisted in having half and half men and women. Mm-hmm. And she was torturing member states not to send the nominees only men. She insisted that they should send a man and woman, and she chose. And I can tell you the combination of men and women works well, because we are still natural creatures, yeah? So according to biologists, the men have a tendency to react in the time of crisis by attack or escape, but the women stay on place, because they have nowhere to escape, and it's difficult because they have to take care of others. And it happened many times when our male colleagues were proposing, let's stop the negotiations, let's be more tough, and there was always some woman who said, we have not exhausted all the ways to come to a consensus. And so I will never say that men or women are the best. The combination is always needed.
Okay. I think that's an excellent place for us to pause. I want to thank all my panelists for this provocative discussion. And good news, we will break for lunch now until 3:30, and we will meet right back here in the auditorium for the next plenary after that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, it's really a pleasure.
Hello there.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all had a chance to absorb the morning sessions over lunch. And I just want to take a moment before we start our third plenary to thank the staff of the Club de Madrid and the volunteers who've been working so tirelessly behind the scenes and in front of the scenes to bring all this together. It's been incredibly well run. Everyone's been so helpful, and I want to thank you all for putting this together. It's a logistical feat. And I'll make that one more reminder about devices, cell phones. Please put them on silent so we can have all the action here on stage and give our full attention to this next plenary, which is now we're going to really dive into some of the nuts and bolts of making the change that we've all been talking about, trying to make it happen. And Simon Reed-Henry is going to be the facilitator, the moderator of this next plenary session. And the speakers for today, I'll just name them and invite you all to come to the stage. Prime Minister Natalia Gabrielita, Jose Antonio Ocampo, Joy Di Benedetto, Amitabh Behar, and Abla Abdel Latif. Thank you. I invite you to the stage.
Hi, any particular order?
In the center.
Oh, no.
So, welcome back from lunch, everybody. I hope you're fully refreshed and ready to set yourselves into the next stage of our discussions, where we move from governance, as we discussed this morning, and the multilateral system, to now talking about the money, about where the financing comes from, how the financing is deployed, and the ways in which we can use financing better to achieve the delivery of global public goods at scale. I'm delighted to have a fantastic panel with me to take us through these discussions. Each of them brings a very distinctive expertise and a set of experiences, so I hope we will all learn a great deal from them. We'll also be hearing in a second a video address from the British economist and a former colleague of mine at University of London, actually, Mariana Mazzucato, and I'll introduce Mariana in just a second. But let me just, first of all, set the scene very briefly. Why now? Why 25 years, not simply since the founding of Club de Madrid, but also really since we had a serious conversation about global public goods as international public policy goals we should aspire to achieve, are we still talking about the need to finance them at scale? What has changed in this period, and what makes it relevant to discuss that now? I think there are at least two answers we could give to that. First of all, our capacities are substantially greater now than they were a quarter of a century ago. Global GDP stands at 114 trillion. And at the same time, the costs of inaction, as we've seen with a global pandemic, with the climate crisis increasingly working its way into lives and countries around the world as a political but also a social reality, the costs of inaction are growing. And there was a data point from the first generation of discussions around global public goods by Pedro Conesau, who's done more than many to talk about the need for financing public goods. And I think even though it's very old, it's a relevant data point today. As he said then, the cost of financing global public goods is really, on balance, about 1 to 10% the costs of inaction. So if we finance them, we're generating a return that is immeasurably greater than the tendency that we do have to sit back and to let them go unfunded, unsupplied. But of course, challenges exist. We have fragmentation. We have, in the current world order, a growing disrespect for international rules. Now that creates volatility. And of course, volatility makes capital work on much shorter timeframes. A need for more patient capital, for longer-term investments in global public goods is perhaps harder today than ever before. And a small reality check in this, because it's not like we aren't financing global public goods already. And of course, we are doing so primarily through a system, the system of ODA, or Official Development Assistance, that was never really designed to finance them in the first place. So when the World Bank estimates that it will cost around 130 to 140 billion every year just to supply fresh water in developing countries, we have to ask ourselves where that will come from when the current ODA budget of all countries is around about that same figure. And when biodiversity funding, which is estimated to be costing us 124 billion annually if we actually fulfill it, and we're spending around a tenth of that. So the question then becomes, can we afford to invest more? And I think as Prime Minister Le Pen said this morning, yes, we can. The challenge is moving capital to where it needs to go, and that's where I'm really hoping we'll hear from our partners and colleagues up here on the stage soon. What are the solutions, the practical solutions, and the principles we need to bear in mind as we take those forward? To get us started, though, we're going to hear now from Mariana Mazzucato in a video address to share with us some thoughts from her perspective about the financing of public values, such as global public goods, in the current international context. So if we could please...
Hello there, I'm Mariana Mazzucato from the UCL Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose, and it's an honor to be able to address you today. The matter in hand is extremely urgent. We continue to talk about goals, whether it's around climate, whether it's around biodiversity, water, and inequality, and we are simply not achieving those goals. And I've been writing for quite some time now that it's by design, it's not by coincidence that we're failing, that we've built in so much inertia into the system. We continue to think that the role of policy, whether it's at the local, regional, national, or global level, can at best fix market failures. And that design is the problem. We need to be much more proactive. We need to be shaping our economies to deliver for people and planet. Market shaping, not market fixing. But I must say that even the concept of public goods is part of the problem. It sounds good, there's two words, and one is good, but if public goods are simply correcting, again, for a market failure, for the lack of private sector investment due to the non-excludable and non-rival characteristics of those goods, then we, by definition and by design, end up thinking that we simply have a financial gap to fill. And this idea of filling gaps as opposed to shaping finance to deliver in a goal-oriented way is something that, again, I've been writing about. There was a paper last year called Mind the Mission, Not the Gap, and also a paper for UNDESA, where we looked at all the different public financial institutions out there. For example, over 23 trillion in public banks, 2.2 trillion in multilateral development banks, but they themselves have been designed in a way that's just filling the gap of something that's missing, instead of actually making sure that at the core of, for example, how loans are provided, that the goals, the missions are actually embedded in the contracts and how public and private relate one to another. And this is where, again, I'm really happy to be addressing you today because it happens to coincide with the launch of a book that I've written on how to reframe the whole public good and public investment problem. Sorry for the self-promotion here, but this book, The Common Good Economy, is just out. And what I say there is that public goods are not enough. We need to think about the common good. Think of Aristotle when he talked about the telos, the goal, but also the polis, not the police, the polis, the polity, the community. So how we all relate one to another, capital labor relations, public-private relations, public and citizen relations. All these relations need to be embodying the good results we want at the center of the contracts so that the how matters as much as the what. I've also written about this in terms of public value generation, how we produce value together. Stakeholder value is often a word that's talked about, but for the corporate sector, that has continued to be an ex post thought. It's not how value is actually created in that pre-distributive way. With different actors, with labor, with the taxes that are owed to the localities where businesses are set up. So this idea of really putting the common good at the center of goals, what we're trying to achieve, whether it's net zero, whether it's preserving the hydrological cycle, whether it's producing a biodiverse world so that we don't get so out of sync. There's a relationship, as we know, between biodiversity and the water cycle, which we wrote about last year in the Global Commission on the Economics of Water, these goals are not enough unless they are embedded in the relationships and all the contracts, water contracts, property contracts, procurement contracts. Procurement is 30% of government budgets, whether it's a small island state or a large nation, and yet it often goes to waste because there's no real reciprocity and symbiosis embodied within how we procure. Subsidies, tax incentives, these are all opportunities to put the good that we're trying to achieve at the center of the relationships. In the book, I present a compass, so with 5 elements, and I will just tell you a bit about that and then stop so that you can get on with this great session. What I argue is that we need to, first of all, make very explicit the purpose and the directionality that we're actually trying to pursue. I've, in my other writings, talked about missions as a way to make that concrete, that these should be intersectoral and not project-specific missions, which then really allow bottom-up experimentation. Second, who decides what those missions are? We need co-creation and true participatory processes, like the ones that are being argued for deep into the Amazon, in the forest, where the indigenous communities want to have a say. They want to actually be able to govern tools like the Amazon Fund. There's no point in working at the indigenous communities. They must be at the center, working with and the center of the deliberation and the governance processes. Third, sharing knowledge and learning. In a knowledge economy, we often use that word, collective intelligence, open innovation, beautiful words, but that doesn't work if we end up privatizing all the knowledge along the way, as we saw during COVID, where only one of the vaccines, the Vaxrevia one, had knowledge sharing at the center because the Oxford University publicly financed researchers put it as a condition to their collaboration with AstraZeneca. That was the only vaccine that had knowledge sharing at the center of a global pandemic. That's more the exception than the rule. What are the different ways we can share knowledge as a condition so we don't have common good washing? Fourth is sharing rewards. We have on so many different occasions around the world socialized risks but privatized rewards. How can we learn from different examples where socializing the benefits of collaboration is as important as the what we're actually trying to do? And lastly, transparency and accountability. If we don't know who's doing what and who's getting what and why, none of what I've just talked about is possible. And again, we end up having common good washing. So I really hope that this framework, again, the book kind of goes into all these things deeply, is useful to a conference that's dedicated to global public goods, global public investment. And what I'm trying to do is to really push us further, to really understand why we need to debunk and rethink the underlying economics, which has produced inertia, from market fixing to market shaping, from redistribution to pre-distribution, from public goods to the common good, where the how matters as much as the what, putting reciprocity, symbiosis at the center, and very much about generating, again, what I call public value, that real stakeholder value generation, where all the different actors are creating value in a different way from the start, and where it not only has to be good for people and planet, but the how those instruments are actually designed matters. And again, whether we're looking at public banks or public procurement contracts, the way that these tools need to be reshaped and redesigned to be part of the solution instead of being part of the problem is our core task. I wish you the best of luck for your conference today.
The title of this series of discussions these days is From Aid to Shared Investment. And Prime Minister Gabrielito, if I can come to you first, and then I'll ask the same question of all of you in this first round. Do you think that that is a meaningful and helpful way to take forward the agenda? And what sorts of practical policy choices do you think would be required if we do want to follow that pathway?
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. Thank you to Club de Madrid. And first, I will make an admission. I am a big fan of Mariana Mazzucato. I read her books before I went into high-level political positions, and I actually try to implement what she preaches. And I can say from experience that the framework is very, very helpful. But what I have found, and I'll be a bit provocative here, is that often it's not about aid investment, it's about ownership, and it's about political will. And what we see now, and I'll link it to the discussion this morning, is that we live in a day and age where our politics have been very much captured by certain interests, be it private interests in the country, international interests, transactional geopolitics or geoeconomics, and this is making exercising political will very, very difficult for people who have read this for 20 years, have written about it, know the policy solutions, but are unable in practice to exercise them. And I'll just give you several examples. When the war of Russia, when the aggression of Russia on Ukraine started in 2021, Moldova received the highest number of refugees per capita of Ukrainian refugees, and it was 5 times more than UNHCR estimated our total capacity to be. And we did this because, one, everybody mobilized. So we had not only the government and different parts of the government, we had the private sector participate, we had regular citizens coming and supplying transportation services or taking people in their homes. We also had extraordinary collaboration from external partners. But I can tell you that we were very, very clear on what we need and what we don't need. So even UN agencies, we just had this discussion with my colleagues here, we specifically said, look, we have data from our health management authority on, for example, births, health services that are provided. I don't want a parallel system of collecting data. I want everything to go through government systems, because right now we cannot afford to spend any capacity on any working group or any coordination group or any UN family gathering. We were very clear that we need budget support. So when we negotiated with IMF for extra financing or with the EU for a targeted compensation system to compensate for energy price increase, we said, we want budget support or we don't want it at all. Why? Because that matters for the capacity to deliver, to take decisions, to implement on the ground, to operationalize. So, of course, one important element is the participation of private sector. So if I take it already outside of Moldova and into the sort of international arena, I think the biggest public good we all need now is democracy and participation and cooperation. So everything that was discussed in the very first panel so eloquently, we need to concentrate on that. This means including a new social pact with the private sector, who should understand and revise what shareholder value means, and to think about what it means on a collective level, and then in the medium and long term, not just maximizing profit in the short term, or being overly transactionalist, and after that we all lose. So we really need to think about reviving the enthusiasm, for example, for funding. And Prime Minister Touré said that, and we discussed this, we both agree emphatically, that we need funding for academia, think tanks, artists, philosophers, writers, people who can help make sense of this day and age for us, but also to provide a sense of purpose for young people. And then, we can discuss the technical details of how investment should be. I think we have tons of solutions. We have a lot of knowledge. I have worked in a development consultancy company internationally. I have been a funder myself in a hybrid investment fund to fund development projects. I have worked in a line ministry in education. I have worked in the Ministry of Finance, and I have been Prime Minister. I can tell you that in all these jobs, we have solutions. We have articles after articles, and we know what the solutions are. The challenge is how to implement this in a fair way and with political will. And again, this means we need to refine our what is being sort of what kind of civilization we want. It means for the powerful to self-censor themselves with some rules and adhere to those rules, to have an open and equitable approach, and then to have politics that allows people to stay and implement these in a sensible way. I can tell you that I had to leave office, in my opinion, not because we dealt with multiple overlapping crises and because we really, Moldova punched above its weight. It did everything right, diversified its energy provision, dealt with stagflation, received refugees, did institutional reforms for the European Union. But people didn't like decisions like rules around transfer pricing. Not even those who are pro-Western or pro-European, not even foreign investors. They didn't like, a more tough approach on on mobilizing, national revenue with the fiscal authority. So we have to think about, in my view, first, how is our politics helping people take real decisions on the ground for the public good that Mariana Mazzucato talked about? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Lots to come back to there. Jose Antonio Campo, from aid to shared investment, you've been thinking about these issues for many years.
Okay, thank you. I'm also extremely happy to be in this panel and in this event of the Club de Madrid. Let me start with making one point which for me is very important. Aside from global, there are regional public goods. So actually they should be called international public goods. Regional public goods are very important, essential, for example, in the region of the world where South America, for example, the Amazon, is a fantastic regional public good. But also the protection of the Pacific coast and biodiversity is also very important. So that's my first point. Second, who should increase the financing? Of course, new institutions can be created, like the National Capital, National Bank that we're discussing here. But I think the most important is use the network of multilateral development banks. It's actually a good network because we have the global, the World Bank Group, but also regional development banks all around the world. And we have two new banks, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank and the Development Bank, which are also interregional. So I think how to use that is very important. So now, in order to finance these international public goods, we need new financing, significant new financing. I actually remember the document prepared for the G20 3 years ago. It said the tripling of the financing was essential. Actually, at that time, the UN increased the amount of required money even more than that. But let's call tripling. I think that's a good objective, let's say, a good objective. So now, two important things. There has to be cooperation among the banks, and also with the special funds that have been created. I think the lack of cooperation has been a problem, for example, in climate and in biodiversity, because the agreements do have financing mechanisms under finance, let's say, significantly, but they have not been articulated with, for example, the rise of financing by the several multilateral development banks. And second, very importantly, it should not be at the cost of development financing. And the other function, which I have written quite a bit, which is the counter-cyclical role of multilateral development banks, because emerging and developing countries have a strong pro-cyclical private financing. lots of money with cheap margins in the booms, and then no money or little money and very high risk margins. So the counter-cyclical role of multilateral development banks is very important. So don't eliminate those functions. Enhance the new function, let's say, or the function of financing international public goods. In fact, in climate, several banks, notably the World Bank, has been increasing financing for several years, but others have to. I mean, one basic point in that regard is in the case of climate change, the issue of adaptation, for which the financing has been extremely limited. Now, on top of that, let me say that for me it's very important to promote national development banks. So you have a full system of multilateral and national development banks in order for them to exercise directly the function of supporting national governments, let's say. So and of course to finance other activities you can think of at the national level. Now that system is very weak today. There are many, many countries that don't have national development banks or have very weak national development banks. So I think that should be a major objective. I think the Sevilla commitment actually put that very clearly into the agenda. Now, in some cases, you also need taxation, particularly when it involves not credit, but financing certain activities, let's say, directly by the state. Now, in that case, but it's tomorrow's issue on the UN Convention on International Tax Cooperation. That's an important point, but for tomorrow. But also, President Sagasti mentioned here today the idea of the International Financial Transaction Tax, which should be perhaps also on top of the agenda. Now, having said that, two more things. The issue of having, bringing the private sector into the issue. So this question of hybrid capital, which has been, again, even in this document for the G20, but has been a very important topic. So how to bring, private financing, on the one hand, for public sector issues, complementing, the support from multilateral development banks, actually, or doing joint financing with multilateral banks, but also as executors of many projects, the private sector in many of these areas that we've been talking about as international public goods. We can have, for example, in the transition of the energy sector, that's essentially a role that can be played by the private sector. So both the roles of financing, but also execution of the projects. And the other is, and my final point is on instruments. And I think, aside from credit, which is the main financing instrument of the banks, guarantees is also important. A system of very good, for example, the guarantee fund of the World Bank is actually very, very effective in bringing, financing from other institutions into specific projects. So I think that's very important to increase guarantees. And at the national level, the national development banks should also have venture capital. So small investments in new firms and new activities. In my experience, for example, in Colombia, is that the young people who are investors have lots of interesting projects. So giving the 20 or 30% capital to those new firms is one of the so the national development banks, aside from credit and guarantees, could also have kind of venture capitals funds that can support activities. I can continue with other things, but let me finish for the time being. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. And some of those last reflections, Jose Antonio, around the role of the private sector and investment is perhaps a natural point of transition to your perspective, Joy, from Equity Group, that have been really trying to foreground the importance of private finance within international development financing and therefore public goods financing in this context as well. this same agenda, the same question from aid to shared investment, how do you see that from the particular point of view of the private sector?
Well, Simon, thank you for having me and the Club de Madrid in this panel. So at Equity, we have a model that we've been pioneering for the past 45 years. And when I heard the topic of the panel, I was thinking thank you so much. It's not exactly from aid to shared investment. You still need both of those things as we go forward into whatever this new architecture is that we need to build to support public good. Last year, Equity was asked to come and present to one of the Bretton Woods institutions at their annual board meeting, who I will not name in this room, but you would know them, of course. We went to the board meeting. It was the exact same day that the US aid money was cut in Washington, D.C. And we walked in and we said, you need the private sector now. Because the private sector has a lot of capital sitting on the sidelines. I come from Africa, where we operate in 7 countries, most of whom are debt-ridden and are not able to actually support public goods without the support of the development banks and now the private sector. So we were asked in that meeting to start to convene multi-stakeholder events throughout all of last year so that the Bretton Woods institutions, as they told us, they did not understand how to work with the private sector. They didn't know how to put them at the table. They didn't know what was holding back private capital, diaspora capital. And so we spent the last year really listening to multi-stakeholder organizations and coming up with a white paper to understand what the barriers are. In addition to that, our own model at Equity Group has been that we have a social engine, which is our Equity Group Foundation, and we have a economic engine, which is all of our business activities. And when I first came to the group 7 years ago, I didn't particularly understand how they work together, because in the West, we talk about CSR, and that's very separate from anything directly related to the business. At Equity, what we do is we use the foundation as and I know Prime Minister Torre, you were talking about, commercial institutions care about profit, but this is where we really have, in my opinion, done something different, which is we use the foundation to capacitate our future clients. So we're a bank. We are very, careful about our risk. But we do lend to riskier populations such as refugees and vulnerable households. We put orphans through school, and we capacitate them through the foundation, working with development banks on guarantees, working with technical assistance. We de-risk them, essentially, and then we bring them into the organization to formally bank them, and they become better clients. And today, we are the largest financial institution in sub-Saharan Africa with 25 million customers using that model. So last year, when we were asked to really look at the barriers, we thought about our own model, which is that we take 2% of our revenue from the commercial activities, and we use it to fund the foundation work. And we started to look at the gaps in the SDGs, in the funding gaps, which is about $4 trillion a year. We give 2% of our revenue. We looked at what the Fortune 1000 revenue is. And we calculated and we said, if the Fortune 1000 gave 2% of their revenue to social impact, you would solve half of that $4 trillion gap. If they gave 4%, which is still nothing for the Fortune 1000, you would solve the entire gap. So where is the barrier where private sector can really work with public sector to close that gap? There's money sitting on the sidelines. It's right there. To President Sebasti's points this morning, there's low-hanging fruit. There's SWIFT transfers. There's all kinds of ways in which you could take it just a little bit off the top. And to your point, Prime Minister, there are solutions everywhere. We just haven't organized them, I think, in the correct way. And lastly, one of the things that we learned by doing this white paper work is that everybody talks about blended finance, and they talk about it as if one big basket, right? everything goes into one basket and somehow a miracle comes out where you can fund public good, right? But in fact, it goes back to what we were talking about this morning at the breakfast. It's really more about system design and project design. You need to think about what is that portfolio project from the very beginning, and at which stage will you need what kind of capital. You need to bring it all into the planning from the start so that you don't run out of capital as you're going through it, or the wrong kind of capital, the right kind of capital. And so at every stage, you have the partner that you've co-created the financial solution to achieve the goals of that portfolio project.
Thank you, Joy. I felt this morning's panel, in a sense, landed on trust as a central organizing theme, and it feels that coordination and systems design is a common thread through all of your comments so far. Amitabh Bihar, Oxfam have been documenting wealth and also documenting the inequalities globally for many, many years. From that perspective, and from the point of view of a large international NGO, again, how do you see this challenge or this potential pathway from aid to shared investment?
Thank you. I'm delighted to be here, grateful to Club de Madrid for this invitation. Allow me to zoom out a little from this specific conversation. And for me, that's pretty much what resonates from the first panel to the Prime Minister's intervention. And let's just, I thought 2 weeks ago something super dramatic happened. We saw the first trillionaire born in the world, the first trillionaire. Let me just take this further. We all know who the first trillionaire was. Last year, the billionaire wealth was sitting at $18.3 trillion. And this is just 3,000 people. 3,000 people have $18.3 trillion, which is the GDP of China. Just last year, in 2025, these billionaires have added more than $2.5 trillion to their kitty. That's the level of inequality. But let me just take this further. At this moment, these super rich billionaires are not happy with accumulation of wealth. Now you're increasingly seeing rise of oligarchies. What you're seeing is these super rich buying media, buying votes, buying elections, and buying, sorry for saying, governments. That's the reality that we are living in. And on the other hand, you still have, it's appalling, with this kind of accumulation of wealth, you have around 785 million people who sleep hungry. They don't get 3 square meals a day. That's the real story. And I really feel that this conversation about aid to investment is coming in this context where we're kind of saying, oh, we don't have enough resources. The resources are there. It is a distraction. And we must focus on the real story, which is this economic system, which is essentially about extraction and accumulation at the top. We live in an odd economic system which actually redistributes wealth, taking away from the workers to the shareholders, from bottom to the top. That's the context. In that context, to talk of financing sustainable development, financing public goods is great, but what's at the center of that? The idea of justice, the idea of redistribution. And you cannot get into that conversation without talking about the reform of the financial architecture, without looking at debt management, which is devastating country after country, and without taxing the super rich. So those are real solutions that we need to certainly focus on. Let me just say a couple of other things. I like the idea in the concept note where it says that let's work with a new financial system where each contributes according to their capacity and each benefits according to their needs. This is a principle fairly well enshrined in the climate negotiations in terms of the common but differentiated responsibility. So that's certainly welcome. But I feel very nervous when we start saying aid to investor. What I really hear is essentially talking about the interests of the donor. It goes against the basic aid effectiveness principles. It goes against what is the returns that we are looking at. It is about essentially privatizing commons. So there are very, very fundamental problems, I think, that we have not addressed. So if we really need to get into this aid to investment, that must be, as it's already been said, on top of the aid that we have. It could be an additional channel, but it cannot be raiding the aid money. So let me just end by saying, I think there's money. Let's recognize that, and let's really look at structural solutions and not distractions.
Thank you very, very much, Amitabh. And I think I should just say, before we go to our final speaker, a quick round of applause for the two of our panelists who managed to open the water bottles. Which was not me.
It's very tough.
But Abla Abdulatif, you bring a perspective of a country like Egypt, positioned in the middle of some of these very discussions, a country with very clear global public goods challenges and much to offer. When you are confronted by this paradigm shift from aid to shared investment, how does that sound from your point of view?
All right. First of all, thank you very much. I'd like to thank Club de Madrid for inviting me, and thank you for this session. Let me start not from Egypt, okay? I will give you what is happening in Egypt later. But let me start with the question that was actually addressed in the note, and I think it's a very serious one. It is saying, do you see the aid shift towards shared investment a real thing, okay? Or is it a rebranding of what used to exist? Okay, and I think it's a very important question, and my opinion is it is mostly rebranding of what used to exist. It's a way for the wealthier countries to step out and pass the responsibility to the countries in the global south. Okay, now this is the quick answer. The question is, why do I see that? Number one, and I'm going to start with the point that my colleague mentioned here. It's not shortage of wealth at all. Money is there. It is simply unfairness. And I think that the starting point of this entire talk is not finance. We are talking about finance as if this is the problem. This is not the problem. The problem is much deeper. Okay, lots of things that were mentioned actually in the first panel session. What was talked about. Very deep, much deeper. And the depth comes from the fact that as long as countries from the north, okay, or the more developed countries do not see a real win-win scenario in shared investment, it's not going to fly. Seeing a win-win scenario means that Europe needs Africa as much as Africa needs Europe, okay? The colonial perception of Africa is continuing until today, okay? And nobody can claim otherwise, even everybody admits it. It is there, it is not changing. Even when they are talking good things, okay? Even when they're talking about renewable energy, all right, for example, they're talking about, okay, how about you guys in Africa produce green fertilizers and ship them to Europe, to use them in agriculture, okay? Why aren't they used in agriculture in Africa? And then we export to you, Africa exports to you the products that you need. So the win-win is not there. You are talking about corridors that are being created. They're all extraction corridors. What we need are value corridors. Value that benefits both. So the minute you start seeing this win-win scenario, things are going to be different, and this is actually key. The third point, okay, or the third reason why I see it as a makeup thing, not rebranding, not a real thing, is because of the need for the change in the financial architecture. And I don't like to say financial architecture. I want to talk about change in Bretton Woods. Okay? Bretton Woods needs to change. It cannot continue to exist. It doesn't make any sense. It was created at a time following the Second World War based on the powers then, not based on the number of people in different countries, not based on the level of wealth, not based on anything. What we have right now is an elephant that we are trying to fit in a box. Can this sound go down? Yes. It's as if you're trying to fit an elephant in a small box, okay? And it's not gonna work. And as long as this continues, it's not gonna happen. And it also touches, of course, upon the UN, but in a much lower way. UN is not the one that is the killer. The killer is actually the Bretton Woods arrangements. Plus, but from the UN Security Council is a killer. As long as those vetoes are there, this is the starting point, actually. Those are small changes that if they take place, you are going to have a change in the voting system for the different countries, and therefore their ability to state what they need being part of it, being part of everything. Okay, my last reason for this also, something that was also mentioned in the session in the morning, problems are very complex, okay? But the solutions are actually very light, very rhetoric, and all coming from the comfort zone. Okay, so when you talk about the World Bank is in its comfort zone. When it wants to change, they change their slogan. We are going to do this, we're going to do that. The reality is that decision making in the World Bank is based on the financial contribution, and it's not normal that you reduce your power in order to be fair. Okay, so I'm asking our student who's sitting in the first row to be nice and step back and go to the back of the classroom because there is a guy with glasses who needs to go up front. They will not do it on their own. It has to come from the global south. It has to come with a strong voting power. Now, this does not mean that I'm not for the private sector and for the countries to take responsibility. They do need a lot of reform inside, but we have to see things for what they are. And it's a process, and unless it is started in the right way, we are going to see some shared investment, but it's going to be small projects like they've always used to be. They will not continue for long. It's a process, and it's the chicken or the egg, so it has to start with the chicken and the big change and the big loud voice for the South. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've heard a very interesting set of thoughts in our first round. We have around 15 minutes for a second round of questions to each of you. And Prime Minister, I'll begin with you. I think a lot of what we've just been talking about, the solutions that are needed, the scale that it's required at, the institutions that we have, the available capital that's there. You mentioned something at the very start, which I thought was very important, is the political will to change these things, whether that's at the level of government or whether it's at the level of institutions. From the point of view of Moldova and the challenges and crises that you've led that country through, how do you see the next steps can be taken? What are the best first moves that can be done from all countries, including from the perspective of a country like Moldova?
First, I realized I was speaking into two microphones last time. I was so passionate about this subject. I will spare you the double sound this time. And of course, you go straight to the easy questions, which I very much appreciate. I do not believe in sort of one solution that will save all. I do believe that political will starts from the political process. And I talked to this a little bit early on. So I think we should be very, very serious about financing of electoral processes and financing of politics. Because in order for politicians to pay attention to the public good, be it national public good or international public good, they need to come from a place of independence. So the more we can build sort of independence and trust, the better this is. And this can be done. So as many of you know, especially, so all throughout its independence since 1991, but especially after the full-scale invasion of Russia into Ukraine, Moldova has been subject not to military attack, but to hybrid attacks. So we have a massive flow of disinformation, of cyber attacks, of bomb threats, of interference. So in our EU referendum, for example, 10% of the voters were receiving money through Telegram channels and cryptocurrencies in order to sway their vote. As you know, in a democracy, 10% is a lot. So the way that the government dealt with this, and I will argue to you that it's very compatible with democracy, is actually take party financing seriously and fine people, even regular sort of housewives that were participating in a Mary Kay type scheme to sway the vote. They were fined, and then parties were removed if they didn't have the, if they had party financing from abroad, from Russia in this case, right? So, I think that that really then helps, for example, to diversify your energy dependency. So before the war in Ukraine, Moldova was 100% dependent on Russian gas and 100% dependent on electricity that was produced with Russian gas. And by the way, if you talk to people at that time, people were talking about prices, financing, investments, contracts, alternatives, and so on. But then, once this was taken seriously, of course, sometimes that's the nature of things. You take it most seriously when you're under threat. But we diversified our 100% dependency in 1 year. And this is a country where the diversification meant that energy bills went up to 45% of household consumption. In Europe, it's 5%, up to 5%. And, it was very sort of difficult to watch BBC reports, where I did understand the pain of households in the UK. I lived in the UK. I know I've paid the energy bills in the UK. I know the impact on the household budget. But in a country like Moldova, and of course we introduced very quickly a targeted energy vulnerability system and compensated it to most of the Moldovan households, at least partly. So we managed to do this, but this relationship of independence in the political process, and then the vote of the people, of course, that meant that we were able to take these decisions. On the other hand, it was very, very difficult when there were sanctioned individuals who had stolen €1 billion from Moldova in a banking fraud, who were funding all sorts of campaigns on Facebook, and they were sanctioned by US and EU countries, and we couldn't get through to Facebook to take their accounts down. So again, this is sort of, I think that the basic thing, the number one thing from which everything flows is this independence of the political process, which allows it to go into the public good and take decisions, and also this very, very important issue of trust that was discussed in the first panel. We see that our democracies and sort of the world that we think can provide fairness is very, very much dependent on a trustful relationship between different stakeholders. And then I'll just say that in terms of the technical level, again, I agree with such wonderful comments by the panelists. I think we do have solutions. We know the difference between sort of big infrastructure projects, PPPs, budget support, guarantee instruments, development financing, and so on. So, I just think that when there are innovative solutions, like, for example, I really believe that, we need more risk capital in the developing world, because, you have to support startups and you have to give grants, but ultimately, unless you support them with risk capital, it creates its own sort of dependencies and sort of market failures. So, and I do believe in the model of national development banks, and we've done something of a precursor to a development bank in Moldova, where it really helped us with the transition to green economy. So there was an instrument that was provided to the private sector to encourage them to go into green economy, and just 2-3 years later, we have days where 100% of Moldovan electricity production comes from photovoltaic energy. So these tools exist and they can be used. And if you ask me about sort of what I think is the basic, we have to go back into the political process.
And its independence, and then of course carrots as well as sticks. Jose Antonio, of course, you've been on all sides of the financial architecture in your different roles. Do you see particular sort of structural reforms now that you would prioritize above all others? If there was one that you would particularly go for, where would you advise us to put our efforts?
Well, I think one essential issue, look at the multilateral banks, is coordination. I think that's a very important point, so that they really complement each other, and in some cases, work each other in certain projects. I mean, some of in this area, I think it might be important. But again, even more important, I will underscore that is, support the creation and the development of the national development banks. I think the national development banks should play a fundamental role in this area, in the provision of public goods, but also in development financing for in their countries, and also in some inequality issues. For example, financing the low developed, the less developed regions in their countries, as well as the small producers and the poor households. I mean, there is a whole area in which they have to play a very important role. And perhaps let me emphasize one point which is interesting, which is the possibility at the regional level of having complementary institutions. I think that probably Latin America and the Caribbean is the best example in that regard. I mean, the old Andean Development Corporation, now the Development Bank of Latin America, still keep the old acronym CAF, is actually now lending more money than the Inter-American Development Bank. Has been a very, very dynamic institution. That's one good case. But in turn, we have the Caribbean Development Bank, we have the Central American Development Bank, and the small bank from Plata for the south, for the Rio de la Plata, the La Plata River. So there is this network of institutions in all of these areas. I mean, in public goods, but in development, in equity issues, I think is the most important institutional innovation. In the case of development banks, we can talk about taxation. I'll refer to that tomorrow.
No, absolutely. and we must. But then, Joyce, so to you then, is there a distinctive role for the private sector within that? Are there limits? Should there be each to their own, or is it more important to coordinate the two?
So we believe in co-creation. Otherwise, you're never going to get the beneficial outcome for either side, and neither side will be happy. Not one has the prescription for the other. So, I mean, there are definitely limits. I mean, for the private sector, I'd say their roles in this new architecture would be to mobilize capital, to help identify the pipelines of projects, of the ecosystem of projects, advocate for investment, so, marketing, making it more vocal, changing the narrative, creating accountability in project financing, because often the public sector doesn't have that trust in them or the confidence. And really, the private sector is able to address the entire ecosystem with financing to create resilience. I know that in our own bank, we work with everyone from SMEs to large corporates to high net worth. So along that value chain, whether you say it's the agriculture value chain, the tourism value chain, we can actually come in with financing to support the entire value chain, so you have more resiliency at every step of that value chain. But the public sector, I'd say, really needs to, of course, come in and create the enabling business architecture. They can come in with project preparation to make sure that the projects are ready for investability. The public sector can also come in with guarantees, de-risking, technical assistance, capacity development, local currency instruments, which is a very big problem on the continent, for sure. Most of it is, the local currencies are so devalued that it makes it very difficult to work on the global market. Verifiable data. Public sector can come in with verifiable data that they're using as a sovereign in the sovereign activities that they're doing, and of course regulation. So everybody has to work together. And together they can get the most beneficial outcome, not just for themselves, but for their citizens.
Yeah, no, I think that's so important. And Amitav, I'll come to you, and then Abla to you before we finish. Joy's given us a whole series of policy options there, but you were prioritizing the role of inequality before. If there was one solution that would, you think, really help us take that into account, what would it be?
One solution. You're going to be talking about taxes tomorrow. But I think the fundamental point is that this is a conversation not about innovation in the financing system. This is recognizing the current political economy and then addressing the political questions, the completely skewed political economic structures that we have created. So it's essentially a fundamental shift of the gaze. This is not about creating new opportunities, accepting this narrative that there are no resources. There are enough resources to address poverty. As I was saying, that last year they added $2.5 trillion, and that is something which can address poverty many times over. So let's get the fundamentals right. And that's really the question. As in, just look at the current crisis at the moment, the illegal US-Israel war against Iran. What we have seen is there are 48 energy billionaires who have made almost $300 million of profits since the war has started. And in this, to do band-aid solutions, to only try and smoothen the edges is not going to help. So let's ask the fundamental questions, and that's something about debt, taxation, taxing the super rich, the international financial architecture, investing in public services. So it's a broader menu of actions that are needed.
Thank you. And Abla, you were asking one of those fundamental questions before, which was about the rules. So
yes, no, I promised to say something about Egypt, right?
I was going to ask you, from the point of Egypt, where does that sit? Are we able to learn some lessons? And
yes,
what are the
actually, there are some good lessons. We won a match in the World Cup. That's very important. And we have the biggest museum in the world that has just opened. Now, let me. This is very true.
There are many things on this issue.
But yeah, the important issues. But all kidding aside, we actually have some very good examples for introducing shared investment in a very good way. And I think the condition that would make it work, okay, when it works, okay, is to have the project as part of the vision of the country and its plan. It has to be embedded, it has to be anchored in the plan of the country, not the donors coming with a project of their own. Okay, this is the first thing. And we did this actually with our Vision 2030, which is being updated all the time. The second thing that we did is introduce country platform. It's called actually Nuafi. It's country platform. The idea is to have focus on the nexus of energy, food, and water. Okay, and what we did is align the ministries that are of relevance, and have a bunch of bankable projects, okay, under each one of them as we see them in our plans, okay? And we got the donor agencies involved with concessional finance also. We don't need that. Thank you very much. We have enough on our plate. And added to it public-private partnership, green bonds, pension funds, all types of blended finance in action. So we make the projects part of the plan of the country, and we also looked at the financial gaps, and we are dealing with them from our point of view. This is actually the key message. Okay, we still need, and it's key to success, to have institutional reform of our own to make things work better, okay, for the government to be a regulator and not get involved in operation. And we need to have donors, and we're advising them of this all the time. They need to consult with the civil society. They need to consult and talk to the private sector as they consider any suggestions, and not only talk to the government, because sometimes the priorities of the government can be different from the priorities of the people in certain areas. On Africa in general, we need to enable the youth. I think it's important. And one final thing, because I know you're in a rush and you have to finish the session. Speaking of collaboration and development banks, why aren't we talking about BRICS Development Bank? Why is BRICS the enemy? All right? BRICS Development Bank is there. There are lots of funds. There are lots of funds in the World Bank and IMF that are ours. It's owned by all of us. I think everybody needs to sit and talk and keep sensitivities and politics aside if we are really after provision of global public goods and the benefit of the people.
Wonderful, thank you. So we have to have country ownership, cooperation using the institutions that we have, the tools that are there, and we have to do this within a fair and just framework. It's no small task, but please a round of applause for the panelists for taking us forward.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
I mentioned the BRICS, the New Development Bank. I mentioned it.
So, okay, I know everyone is eager for a coffee break. Thank you so much, Simon, for that thought-provoking panel. I'm here to tell you where to find your coffee. So the next session, the next event is the thematic sessions, and those are broken into 3 parts. So it's up to you all to choose. Whoever would like to go to peace and security? Show of hands, peace and security? Okay, you will go to the Gloria Fuertes room. Okay, who's going to global public health? Show of hands, you will go to the Martin Béguet room. That's where you'll find your coffee. Everyone else who's interested in solutions in motion, I'll be at that panel. Show of hands, that's in the Berlanga room. So coffee will be there. Be there at 5:15, and I will see you all tomorrow morning.